Check, check, check. Hello. Can't hear you. Can you hear me? I see your mouth moving. Oh, she's connecting to audio. There you go.
You think I've never done this before.
No, it's fine. It's always an experiment every time.
Yeah,
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for taking the case today, and
no problem.
terrific. I don't see anybody else in the waiting room. I just get this thing up and running because I assume there will be technical glitches. So
Oh, I hope not.
there always seem to be. So anyway, I'll just put myself on mute and we will come back around a little before 8 or 9, excuse me. Yep. Bye.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
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 Mr. Heike, your witness is going to appear with you there at your Zoom portal.
I have one witness with me who will be in the office and appearing here through mine. Everyone else should be logging in and they are remote, Judge.
Okay.
Can we have them log in?
Yeah.
All right. So it's 9 a.m. Ms. Gonzalez, are we ready to go on the record?
Just about here, yes.
For those of you who've not worked with Ms. Gonzalez before, it is Gonzalez. I've asked that question before. So to the extent she told me it is similar to the word resolve.
Correct.
So if you wish to ask her anything during the proceeding, you can correctly pronounce her name, which I didn't do for a very long time. Are we ready?
Yes, I am definitely ready.
Good. Okay. We are here for a hearing in case number 23-00151 TREN. That's transportation enforcement matter. This case is the matter of the investigation of American transportation. Today is Monday, June 16, 2023. My name is Christopher P. Ryan. I am a hearing examiner at the Public Regulation Commission and was appointed to preside over this case by the commission. So I'll start with party appearances and we'll begin with staff.
Elizabeth Jeffries, representing Transportation Division staff.
Good morning, George Heike on behalf of American Transportation.
Okay, some housekeeping matters before we get to anything substantive. The recording of this hearing. There is one official transcript of this proceeding. That is the transcript produced by our court reporter. Technology allows us to do all kinds of things these days. There is a YouTube stream of this proceeding that's also being broadcast, and that can be recorded. Zoom controls typically don't allow anyone but the host to actually implement recording. I'm not recording this proceeding on Zoom. The record of the proceeding is created by our court reporter. That is the only official transcript of what occurs in this matter. No party is authorized to record this proceeding either via Zoom or through YouTube or whatever method is possible, which there are many. So the exhibits, you all exchange exhibits, and to the extent to which via Dropbox, the file sharing program, to the extent that you question that, the reason that occurs is because it would be physically impossible, of course, for you to provide your exhibits to a court reporter in light of the fact that we are meeting virtually. So that Dropbox link facilitates that process. Ms. Gonzalez affirmed that she was able to obtain all the files and had the link. She will also then take all the exhibits and provide them to the commission with the transcript of the proceeding, and that will be the official record of the exhibits. I see everybody's here, no parties failing to appear, so that's good. Just in terms of the schedule for today, we'll go for an hour and a half at a time and then take a 10-minute break. So at 10:30, we will take a 10-minute break. The reason for the breaks is for our court reporter. It's a lot of work to record these matters. And it's appropriate for them to have rest time. We'll take a break at noon, then come back and go for an hour and a half and so on. If for whatever reason we don't get through all the witnesses, we'll just have to have another day of hearing. We can see where we are at the end of today. Though I think we should be able to do it in a day. Question for the parties. The caption on this case was never changed. You know, that it began as the matter of the investigation of American transportation. And then there was a subsequent petition directed towards quick and easy wrecker service. My question was whether the caption needed to be changed in this case, or if it was appropriate to do so just for clarity of the record. Ms. Jeffries, what do you think?
I would support that.
Mr. Heidke, do you have any problem with that?
No, sir.
Terrific. I will take measures to see that that gets accomplished. I just haven't had time.
Just let them know we're having a problem with the computers. We can't figure out how to get the volume up.
Okay, so, and let me just say for the record, if you're a witness to this proceeding and you're not testifying, just make sure you're muted. I can mute you from my end as the host of all this, but you know, for those of us who've done lots of Zoom hearings at this point, we know how disruptive it is to hear sounds in the background. And for Ms. Gonzalez, particularly our court reporter, it's really crucial that she have a clear stream of sound in order to faithfully record everything that's said. So just be mindful. The other thing I will say is this is being broadcast over YouTube, as I mentioned earlier. If you elect to go to the restroom or do any other things, you may want to just make sure your video is off. And, you know, we've all seen the examples of people who definitely needed to turn off their Zoom feed, but failed to. I've done it too, and it's sort of embarrassing, but just be aware of that. All right, so next matter was the order of witnesses. Well, let's start with the presentation of evidence. So the procedural order in this case informed the parties that the presentation of evidence would follow 1.2.2.33E NMAC. And that rule addresses the presentation of evidence for cases involving orders to cease and desist. And the rule specifies that the presentation of evidence will be staff, respondent, and then rebuttal by staff. Is there any objection to that, Ms. Jeffries?
No objection.
Mr. Heidke?
No, sir.
Terrific. And then as far as the order of witnesses who will present and the order in which they will sit then for cross-examination, my preference, unless you all can persuade me otherwise, I'm happy to listen to the comments, but I'm just thinking in terms of the substance of the actual testimony from staff. We would have Mr. Crispín go first, then Mr. Martinez, and then Officer Brannan, if he intends to appear today. And then from American Transportation and Quick and Easy Wrecker Service, it would be Mr. Landers, Ms. Torres, Melissa Gutierrez, Tim Gutierrez, and then George Padilla. And really those choices were purely because the witnesses' priorities in terms of who has the most amount of information to provide. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah.
My plan was to do James ahead of Vince and do Officer Brannan last.
Okay.
Officer Brannan is actually in a court hearing this morning, so
Okay.
he will be joining us when he's released from that. So I don't know what time that's going to be.
Okay.
You
Mr.
thought it was
Heidke,
the only case on the docket, so.
that's fine. I understand. I'm surprised that the officer has other things to attend to. Mr. Heidke, do you care if it's Mr. Crispín first or Mr. Martinez first?
I do not.
Okay, well, that's fine. We can have that order.
And if I may,
Sure.
I think you forgot one of my witnesses, Judge. That would be Dustin
Barker.
Crawford.
Excuse me. Yes. Thank you. Appreciate you reminding me.
And will he go last?
I was thinking so. I mean,
That's fine,
again,
Judge. That's fine.
I read it. Yeah. Okay. And Miss Jeffries is the presentation for American Transportation Quick and Easy. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I wanted to just, partly for the benefit of the record and also for Mr. Heidke, I wanted to just do one thing real quickly, which is to say, you know, hearings at the commission and what the commission does, it's important to be clear in what my role in all of this is. The hearing examiners at the commission function as designees of the commissioners themselves. As we all know, the commissioners have obligations to ensure, particularly in the utility context, but also, of course, in the transportation context, that state statutes are being complied with. And in the utility context, it's basically fair, just, and reasonable rates. And in the motor carrier context, we are talking about safe and reasonable service, although I might not be entirely. It's certainly safe, and I think the word is next is reasonable in the statute. In any case, the New Mexico Supreme Court and the commission has routinely indicated that the commission's task is not a passive one. Its obligation is to create a full record to ensure that it can meaningfully adjudicate the matters before it. In previous cases, utilities have questioned the capacity of a hearing examiner to issue bench requests and question witnesses, and the commission has made it abundantly clear that as the designee of the commissioner themselves, the hearing examiners are fulfilling the role of commissioners in their work, and therefore the hearing examiner, him or herself, has an affirmative obligation to develop the record. And you can read all about that in the revised order issued in case number 16-00276. The order partially adopting the certification and stipulation. And I was just reading it the other day and I thought the writing was quite good. So I thought I would just mention that here. Scope of questioning. As is set out in the order on Zoom protocol, the scope of redirect is matters arising from examination by the hearing examiner. Recross will be limited to matters arising from redirect. The basic import of these rules is to ensure orderly questioning. Oftentimes, I mean, this isn't an enormous case with a ton of witnesses, but, you know, for instance, in the PNM rate case, you'll have something around the range of 30 plus, maybe 40 witnesses. We can't have infinite redirect and recross and on and on and on. You have to have some degree of order that limits the capacity. So you get your opportunity for cross. I'll have questions. You can engage in redirect, and then we have limited capacity for an exchanges thereafter, because otherwise we just go on forever. I haven't received any public comments. I'm not surprised that this matter didn't elicit them necessarily. Public comments usually come up in cases with utilities, but we're just here in transportation matter. But I will reference the record that I received no comments, nor did Ms. Kippenbrock of the Hearing Examiners Division, whose task it is to monitor these things. Okay, now I thought I would go to motions. So let's start with staff. Staff has a motion to compel and for sanctions. Ms. Jeffries.
That's right. The discovery requests were initially not responded to. We had an order to compel responses to those requests. We received the requests and they weren't in the proper form and they weren't responsive.
Mr. Heidke.
You're muted, Mr. Heidke.
My apologies. I believe they were responsive except for one question. And I had to have people on my end researched the issue. The question wasn't clear as to both companies. And so when Ms. Jeffries contacted me and informed me it was for both companies, I had to have the staff research the issue, and I responded yesterday afternoon.
Okay, so I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Jeffries. I mean, the procedural order in this case, given the fact that it was abundantly clear American Transportation wished to have the hearing as quickly as possible to procure the ability to restart operations. You know, there were several motions filed in order to try to achieve that prior to this hearing, which I denied. You know, I wrote in the procedural order, look, you have to respond to each other's discovery requests as quickly as possible because the hearing was set, you know, to occur within 2 weeks of the actual procedural order, or if it was something around that time frame. Not much time. And so, Mr. Heike, I mean, I agree that you waited too long to respond, and I'm just wondering, if you have an explanation as to why? I mean, the responses themselves aren't. I mean, it's not a lot of writing here. So why did it take so long to respond to staff?
Judge, the employees had to research the issue as to whether or not the annual report was submitted or not. And so they had to go into a warehouse, and the question related to 2021 and 2022. And so staff had to go into a warehouse and go through documentation to try to find the reports. They found that inspections had been completed, but apparently a report was not filed, and that just took time, Judge.
Okay, and so that's, I understand, for one of these requests, but there was a bunch of others. I mean, you know, I asked bench requests, they were very similar to some of these matters, and you were able to respond to those pretty quickly. So what about, like, for instance, request 1, provide the name of your current insurance carrier, see attached. And I mean, that could have been provided pretty quickly, right?
Judge, everything was, I mean, Mr. Hearing Officer, everything was provided. The only thing that was not provided was the answer to question number 5, and it was part of it. And if you read the question, it says, please admit or deny that you did not file the 2021-2022 annual report. It was not specific to which company. It was just a blatant question. On our end, my people read it as only applying to Quick and Easy. So Quick and Easy responded. The next day, Ms. Jeffries contacted me via email and said, hey, what about American Transportation? I then reached out to American Transportation, and staff had to go to a warehouse and look for the documentation. So we did respond as quickly as we could.
Ms. Jeffries, if my understanding is you guys issued the discovery request on the 31st of May, right?
Correct.
And it was the 7 questions.
I don't recall if there were 7. I can pull it up.
There was request 1 through 7, and I think the
Okay.
one that Mr. Heidke just mentioned, if I understood, was
Yeah.
request
Okay.
number 7. And request 7 was admit that respondents failed to submit annual reports for calendar years 2021 and 2022. That's what we're talking about, right, Ms. Jeffries?
Well, we're talking about responses that were not provided under oath. So there's no affirmation or attestation that was submitted along with the responses. It's just signed by the attorney.
But these are the questions that you issued
Yes.
in the discovery, right? So it was
Yes.
those 7 questions. And I mean, when I read it, you were asking pretty much along the lines of the same questions that I was, you know, tell me about your policies for donating or selling vehicles, and give some background on this particular sale or donation, right? I mean, those are fairly straightforward questions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And that's why my bench requests reflected them. So, Mr. Heidke, I mean, when I got staff's motion to compel, the initial one, when it was first filed, and then I said, no, it was actually to strike all the witnesses. And I said, no, I'm not going to strike the witnesses because, you know, we have to get to a hearing on this thing. And I just basically gave you a shortened time to respond, and you did. I just, from my perspective, those answers could have been provided more swiftly. We didn't have much time. They were really straightforward questions. And, you know, there's nothing to be done about it at this juncture. But if in the course of the hearing, you know, staff discovers that they need more information because, you know, they only had so much time to work with whatever discovery they received. I mean, it's a reasonable request. So we'll just see what comes of today. And Ms. Jeffries, is that, I mean, a satisfactory result here as far as like just giving staff, if you guys require at the end of the today additional time to get more information, I mean, I'm happy to give it to you.
What I would like is to have those answers provided under oath.
Okay.
So I'd like those questions to be asked of the witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Heidke?
Judge, the witnesses will be present. They can just be asked if those are their answers and if they're provided under oath.
Okay. And Ms. Jeffries, are you capable of, you know, when each witness comes, making sure the questions in those discovery requests are asked?
Sure.
Can I
Yes.
leave that to you? Yeah. And I mean, and my point at the end of the day is like, there's the specific questions, and yes, the people are here today. I understand that we can ask them, but then there's the broader point about like, in these proceedings, given that we're an administrative tribunal, it's a administrative investigation effectively, you know, answers lead to more questions, right? And so it's really important that, you know, people respond quickly, because then that gives the possibility for thought about subjects. And so here we are today at a hearing. We're doing this as quickly as we can because the requests from the respondent, and that was done for their benefit, because I understand that they very much disliked not being operating. And so my impression was that we were going to all share information as fast as we could, and I don't think that was done, but we don't need to speak about it more. Okay. American Transportation's motion to exclude. Mr. Heidke, do you have anything else to contribute as far as that document is concerned? I mean, I've read it, obviously. I have a response prepared. I didn't have time to write an order on this. I suppose I could after the fact, but I'm inclined to just state the basis and the authorities for my position on the subject. So if you wish to say anything further in support of your motion, you're free to do so now.
I would just, I'd like to add exhibit number 4 to my list of hearsay objections. That'd be staff's exhibit number 4.
Yeah, which I've got the list here, and that would be American Transportation driver records deficiencies.
Yes, it's an email from one staff member to another.
Miss Jeffries?
Let me pull it up. The email is from the head of the Bureau going to an investigator who was responsible for doing the write-up. So it's from Fidel Archuleta, and it's to Vince Crispín, who was the primary. Fidel's job is to review the work of the investigators.
Okay. All right, so I'll just pull up this other document I need to look at here. So the ruling on this motion is guided by 1.2.2.35 A2 NMAC. In passing upon the admissibility of evidence, the presiding officer shall give consideration to, but shall not be bound by, the New Mexico rules of evidence, which govern proceedings in the courts of this state. The commission's precedent makes it clear that hearsay evidence is not per se excludable, in administrative adjudications, including hearings before the commission. This flexible approach to evidence is predicated in part on the realization that evidence in administrative proceeding like this one is not presented to lay jurors. It is instead adduced by administrative adjudicators accustomed to sifting through records and giving various pieces of evidence the relative weight they are due. So in general, I mean, what we have, the majority of the objections to the investigative report and the testimony of Chief Garcia, the recorded interview of Juan Padilla. Well, so I'll start with the investigative report. The investigative report itself, there is 803 New Mexico rules annotated 11803A, public records, record or statement of a public office. If it sets out, this is excluded. Basically something that's created in the process of engaging in an investigation by a government entity. I won't read all of the varying subsets of the rules, the subsections of the rule. Mr. Crispín in this case, and I'm actually going to ask to have a bit of a colloquy with him. Is he available right now? Mr. Crispín, are you free to speak with me for a moment?
Yes.
Very good. Just a few questions if you can. This is in relation, the questions I'm asking you now refer to the motion to exclude. We're not here to talk about the substance of the hearing. Do you understand that, Mr. Crispín, what I'm trying to do here?
I do.
Great. So I noticed in your testimony you said you've not testified before this commission. I think I know because we had a case together, the Krista Winters matter. You have testified before the commission before.
The prior commission, yes, sir.
Great. And you, by saying you haven't testified before this commission, you mean you've not testified before the 3 appointed commissioners who commenced their duty as appointed officials on January 1st of 2023. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many investigations have you been involved with for the commission and your time with the commission?
The current commission or the commission?
Just your entire time with the commission, regardless of how the commissioners got their jobs.
I've been involved in several.
Could you just give me a rough estimate?
I'm going to say probably between 15 and 20, maybe.
Okay. And before you were with the commission, you were a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that?
25 years.
And how many investigations did you engage in as a law enforcement officer?
I couldn't even give you a rough number there, but it numbers in the high numbers.
A lot, effectively.
A lot.
Over.
A lot.
Okay. Have you ever been disciplined in any way or reprimanded for false statements in any reports you've prepared, either as an officer and for law enforcement or in this commission?
No.
Can you describe to me the details a little more fully surrounding? And I'm not asking for the content of the discussion. I'm just asking, you indicate in your testimony that you called Juan Padilla, I think, if I recall correctly, and then he spoke, and at some point you decided I should turn my recorder on. Can you give me a little more details about that process? And if I've mistaken what you've said, then correct me.
I called him. I didn't even know he was going to answer. And once he answered, I meant to turn on the tape recorder right away, but I looked at it and it wasn't recording, so I turned it on.
Okay, and is it common practice to record your conversations with witnesses like Mr. Padilla or persons like Mr. Padilla?
I didn't know Mr. Padilla, and I was already writing a lot of stuff, and I decided to record this so that I could refer back to it when I was writing my report.
And do you do that in other cases, record and then use that later on to,
I do
Use
when
it-
I'm by myself. If there's other investigators there, then I sometimes don't. I usually don't because they're right there. We can bounce stuff off each other. If I don't remember it, they will.
in your conversation with Mr. Padilla, did you ever get the impression that, that he was fibbing, that he was making stuff up?
I don't know Mr. Padilla other than that conversation. So no, I didn't.
I mean, I guess you, as an investigator, I'm sure you get a sense of like, when you're talking to people, I mean, this person sounds truthful, or this sounds a little, shady, or just general demeanor of a person who's likely to tell the truth about stuff. Did you form any judgment about Mr. Padilla in your course of just talking with him?
I did not. He was very candid. He wasn't holding back or repeating himself too much or refusing to answer questions or being vague. So I didn't think he was being deceptive with me.
Okay, and then when you're having the conversations with Chief Garcia, did you have any reason to doubt that he would say things to you that were false or just even misinformed? I mean, did you get the impression he was talking to you from an informed position?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any reason to doubt like what he was telling you for any reason?
No, sir, I did not.
So I think the question is, since these witnesses aren't present today and we have flexibility with the admission of evidence in administrative proceedings, do you think the commission should credit what Juan Padilla has said to you?
I believe so.
And can you expand upon why that's the case?
Just like I said, when I talked to him, he was very forthcoming. He didn't appear to be deceptive or vague with me. He volunteered a lot of information. I didn't have to try to get it out of him. And he seemed to have a good grasp of what he was telling me and had some internal knowledge of how the company worked.
Okay, and I will happily turn Mr. Crispín over for questions that either staff or Mr. Heidke has to ask Mr. Crispín along the lines of the motion to exclude and that subject only at this point. But before I do that, I just wanted to ask Ms. Jeffries, there was a subpoena filed for Mr. Padilla. It's apparent he's not here today, and he didn't file testimony in this case. Can staff explain what the status of that is?
So I checked with the post office and they still hadn't delivered it as of yesterday. So I don't anticipate that he's going to be present. He is, I would suppose he's at work. I don't know what his work schedule is. But he didn't actually receive the subpoena from what I can tell.
Okay, was there ever a thought to having him submit direct testimony in this case?
Yeah, sure, but I think there was some concern for retaliation with the witnesses that we initially had. So yeah, just out of concern for those witnesses, we weren't initially going to call them in.
Okay. See, so it was Mr. Heidke's motion. Let's what I'll do is I will let Mr. Heidke, if you have questions to ask Mr. Crispín on the subject of the motion to exclude, you could do so, and then I'll give Ms. Jeffries an opportunity to ask questions if she has any, and then we'll stop there, and I'll just make whatever rulings I think are appropriate. Do you want to ask Mr. Crispín some questions, Mr. Heidke?
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
This was the first time you met, you didn't even meet Juan Padilla face to face, correct?
No, sir. It was on the
And
phone.
sorry, Mr. Heidke, let's just do this real quick. I actually should have done this early on since we're having effectively like a voir dire here. I think it is important though that Mr. Crispín be sworn in still. So I forgot to do that, Ms. Gonzalez, earlier. And I'll just ask Mr. Crispín before Ms. Gonzalez does that. Mr. Crispín, when you answered all of my questions earlier, you understood that you were obligated to answer them under oath, correct?
I did.
And you did that in response to the questions I was asking.
Yes, sir.
Great. So Ms. Gonzalez, can you swear that witness in?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Heidke, go ahead.
Thank you. So the question was, you had never met Juan Padilla before, correct?
No, sir. I've never met him.
And when you conducted your interview, you didn't do it in person.
No, it was over the phone.
Right. And so would you agree with me when as a law enforcement officer, when you conduct interviews of suspects or witnesses, that you don't do it over the phone?
Yes.
You want to do it in person, and that's so that you can look at their facial features. You can look at, correct?
Yes.
You can look at how they react, correct? To your
Yes.
questions?
Yes.
You want to look at what their eyes do, correct?
Yes.
Where they look,
Yes, sir.
what their mouth does,
Their body language. Yes, sir.
and all that is used by an investigator to make a determination of whether or not the individual is being truthful or not, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you couldn't do that in this case, could you?
No, sir. All I
Okay.
had was a voice.
That's all you had was the voice, right? And so, Mr. Padilla wasn't hooked up to a lie detector test, was he, Mr. Crispín?
Not to my knowledge. Not by me.
So, truth in fact, you have no idea if he was being truthful in his statements, correct?
I don't.
Okay. Now, and the majority of he had no incriminating testimony directly connecting Sierra Torres to the company, correct?
I don't recall. I'd have to listen to the conversation.
Well, isn't it true? He said, rumor around town is this, and rumor around town is that. Word around town. He was not an eyewitness to any alleged illegal, improper activity, correct?
Actually, he said he saw her at Walmart with people in her car. And I guess he mentions
Okay.
that he spoke with her.
I'm sorry, he mentions that he what?
He saw her at the Walmart in Belen with people in her car. And that when he went to talk to her, asked her what she was doing, I believe that was what he said. She ignored him and went away. Something
And
that.
How is that criminal?
I don't believe this is a criminal matter, but I don't.
How is that unlawful or improper?
It's not.
Okay. And so he had no idea who the people were in the car, correct?
No.
And he had no idea what was going on in the car.
To my knowledge, no.
And so all that he saw were some people in her car at a Walmart.
Right.
And that's the extent of anything firsthand that he testified about.
Like I said, I'd have to listen to the conversation again, but that is one of the things he told me, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Jeffries? And
Mr.
again,
Crispín,
I gave Mr. Heidke some leeway there. I mean, we sort of started getting to substance stuff of the actual testimony, and we're really just kind of trying to focus on the broader question of the admissibility of the stuff at this point. So I'll give you some leeway too, Miss Jeffries, but just be cognizant of that.
Mr. Crispín, do you recall if he spoke to the process that's usually utilized with the sale or gifting of vehicles for the companies?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did he speak to removing of the lettering of the vehicles?
Yes, he did.
Did he mention that he had purchased a van from the company himself?
He mentioned, I believe he mentioned that one was, that he also was in receipt of one from Mr. Landers. I don't remember if he said it was gifted to him or if he bought it. I don't remember, but he said he had one himself.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so the ruling with these objections specifically, I think there's enough information provided to allow these, to deny the motion to exclude in its entirety. The information can come in. I understand very well the limited basis upon which we can verify the veracity of Juan Padilla's allegations, given that he's not a witness in this case. He's not here today. We can't subject him to cross. That goes a long way to wondering whether or not what he's saying is untrue. And of course, we do have witnesses here today from the transport company who are going to tell us in sworn testimony, here's the reason why Mr. Padilla should not be believed. I think the commission is better off having the information before it and understanding it for whatever weight the commissioners and myself in terms of recommendation give it, because it provides context to give us a coherent understanding of what's going on here, even though that's a bit troubling too, because there's sort of all kinds of testimony about what is the actual motivations of persons in this case. So I'm going to deny the motions to exclude, admit the evidence, and I think for purposes of completion, I will reduce the justifications for doing that to a written order. I just simply have not had time, and we are doing this proceeding on an expedited basis. Anything further, Mr. Heidke?
No.
Ms. Jeffries?
No.
Okay. Anything else before we turn to evidence?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I be excused for now?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Crispín. Well, yes, you can, because we'll have Mr. Martinez first. Thank you, Mr. Crispín.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a little bit. You're coming back. You understand, Mr. Crispín, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. So as we discussed earlier, staff will present first. And Ms. Jeffries, you asked that Mr. James Martinez be your first witness.
Yes.
So go ahead and call your witness.
James Martinez, come on down.
Good morning, Chair and Officer, and to all.
And Ms. Gonzalez is going to swear you in, Mr. Martinez.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and at that capacity of a state investigator.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the documents along with the testimony filed in this case?
I did.
Based on your review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony?
Yes, I did.
Before you should be a document marked staff exhibit number 20. Can you identify that document?
Yes, I can.
What is that document?
It's prepared direct testimony of James Martinez, investigator.
That's your direct testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Was staff exhibit number 20 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
The only changes that I have, ma'am, is, if I, let me see. Let me do it. On the stuff that I put down as, oh, no, that's on that different exhibit, sorry. No, I don't.
Okay. So your answer again is no to
No,
having any?
It's
Okay,
no.
thank you.
Mhm.
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
Do you adopt staff exhibit number 20 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
yes,
Okay, attached to staff exhibit 20 is staff exhibit number 9. Can you identify that document?
yes, let me go down. Yes, it's my compliance review report that was conducted on April the 27th, 2023.
I'm sorry, you cut out on the date.
It's April the 27th, 2023.
And for what company was that done for?
Quick and Easy Record Service LLC.
Was staff exhibit number 9 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was prepared by me.
You should also have a document marked as staff exhibit number 21. Can you identify that document?
Yes, let me get to that. Sorry. It is supplemental testimony of James Martinez, investigator, staff exhibit 21.
Was staff exhibit number 21 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony? If you do, just let me know and we'll walk through them.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I do. Question number, I believe it is 21, or where it says page 6, lines 18 through 19. Hold on, sorry.
Okay, page 6, line.
It was pages, it says I was delinquent as I could be to respond to the identifying deficiencies. and
I'm
provided-
sorry.
Sorry, yeah,
I
no,
need
thank you,
to
Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Archuleta, is there any way, oh, sorry, Mr. Martinez, can you sit closer to your computer?
Yes,
I think,
yeah,
yeah,
can
you might have to, the
Okay.
mic's on, if you're walking off a laptop, oftentimes those microphones are the worst microphone. It's not your fault. It's just they don't
Yes.
build good mics in the laptops.
Yes, sorry about that, hearing officer.
That's
It's-
okay.
It's page 6, line 18-9. On that question, it was, I was diligent and I could be to respond to the identified deficiencies and provided the needed information and documentation. The answer that I responded was, Ms. Gutierrez did send me documents that addressed issues on the day of the audit on 4/28/2023, 5/3/2023, and 5/10/2023 via email. The only document that was missing that had not been filed with the commission was the Form E from their insurance company. What I want to add to those documents that Melissa Gutierrez sent to me was the driver files for Tim Gutierrez. There was another driver at the time that I did this compliance report for an Andrew Pino. She did send me an email on May 3rd, indicating that possibly the driver, Andrew Pino, was not going to be employed for their company. So she did not send me those documents for the driver files that were missing on that day. She did send me an additional driver file for a new employee that they hired, Matthew Gonzalez. So she did not send me no documents for Andrew Pino, and that's what I needed to add.
Okay, just for the record, let me make sure. I will do something very quickly. I'm going to share my screen. I think you said, Mr. Martinez, you were talking about page 6 of something, and I think you're referring to this testimony here, which is page 3 of your supplemental, right?
That is correct, sir.
It's PDF pages, I think 4 of 6, so that just for purposes of clarity of the record. That was all I wanted to say, just to make sure everybody was on the same page.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. So if I were to ask you today the same questions as are set forth in staff exhibit number 21, would your answers be the same or as you have just corrected them?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'd like to move to have staff exhibits 20, 21, and 9 be admitted and formally entered into the record.
Mr. Heidke, recognizing you filed, well, I don't know if that would apply to these documents, but I mean, I'll just accept as a continuing objection your hearsay motion. Do you have any objection to this?
Not other than that. Thank you, sir.
Very welcome. So yes, I will admit staff exhibit 9, staff exhibit 20, and staff exhibit 21.
Thank you, and I'll allow the witness to go for cross-examination.
Mr. Heidke.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Martinez.
Good morning, Mr. Heidke.
Would you admit that you did not provide the client's review report to Melissa Gutierrez?
I did not provide it. Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And that was the representative of the company that you had been dealing with this whole time, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You never dealt with Mr. Landers.
No, I didn't. He was in the area that morning, but he left. But I only dealt with Miss Gutierrez.
And all email exchanges were between you and Ms. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I believe in one of your documents, I thought it was Exhibit 9. I may be mistaken. 9.
Exhibit 9 is the compliance review report, to the extent to which
All
that's
right.
helpful to you.
No, it was his response to the bench questions.
That would be exhibit 21.
21. I believe in here you state that Quick and Easy Record Service has provided all necessary documents and that's required by the PRC to be compliant with operations, correct?
What I testified earlier, I said all documents for driver for Tim Gutierrez. That's why I had to add to my question that we just went through.
Okay, so are you saying now that Quick and Easy Record is not in compliance with all necessary documentation?
At the time before this hearing, she had provided all documents for one of their drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just sent me an email indicating that it possibly, and she did not have a driver file for Mr. Pino, which was a driver. She did send me documents for a driver that wasn't at the time when I did the inspection. So she did not provide any document for the driver that they had previously when I did so apparently he was a driver at the time. So I needed these documents to become compliant for the company because they are safety related deficiency.
So if Mr. Pino is not a driver, then are they compliant?
Well, she just mentioned it. She didn't send it to me. If I asked if he was the driver prior to that, they're required to have these files for 3 years. So she needs to provide these documents if she had them. Well, obviously she didn't.
Okay. And is that the only deficiency that you've identified then? Now?
Yes, the other deficiency was there was not a Form E filed with the commission prior to May 10th, when the order was sent to her, and the actual my compliance report was sent to her then.
Right. And you told her she had 15 days from the date of your inspection to come into compliance, correct?
So what was told over that day, I said, all the safety deficiencies needed to be corrected immediately.
Right.
The other deficiencies, she had 10 business days.
And you didn't provide her a copy of the report that provides that information, correct?
No, we went down, she wrote it on a notepad, indicating, I told her what was missing on each driver files for each driver. And then I made sure she understood that she needed to contact her insurance to have a Form E filed with the commission. And I did tell her she couldn't file it. It had to be from her insurance company.
Right. And Form E was issued by the insurance company, correct? Dated April 28, 2023.
The only Form E that was on file was from a different insurance company with a different policy. The certificate of liability, they name it as an Accord, had a different insurance company and policy. So that's when she showed me this Accord, it was a different insurance company. So I did tell her we don't have a Form E on file with the commission on our system. So you need to contact your insurance to have a Form E sent to us.
And that has been subsequently done, correct?
To my knowledge, it has been done, I believe, in June. But prior to this, all the corrected files, it wasn't.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, how are you?
Good morning, hearing officer.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of where I wanted to start was, well, let me begin here, actually. I mean, I'm familiar with commission practice and I pay attention to the open meeting agendas. And it seems like in recent months, the commission has made an effort to make sure record service providers in the state are engaged in or have all the appropriate forms supplied with the commission. Is that right? I mean, is there sort of an effort afoot in transportation to make sure everything's up to par?
Yes.
Okay, and so if I understand, and could you explain that a little bit more? What could you just as far as how this particular action fits within the broader efforts of the transportation division?
Could you ask?
All right, well, let me ask this question. I mean, you came to be investigating Quick and Easy, given what occurred with American Transportation and the Sierra Torres stuff, right?
Yes, I went in to investigate American Transport, and at the time, once we were done with that investigation, since I do towing inspections, Quick and Easy hadn't been inspected since they had applied with the commission. So I did a compliance inspection with Quick and Easy since we were there already. So I did an inspection of their company. It was
not sure I heard that word you said there. They hadn't had an inspection since when?
So they've had a PRC number with us. They had a operating authority, but they reapplied, and I believe they applied back in April or 2021. So they had not had a inspection completed for their company. So I did an inspection the day of the investigation for American Transport.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many companies at present, the record companies, are having similar document lapses like you identified here initially?
There's several throughout the state.
Is that, I mean, when you say several, do you dozens or
More than dozens.
more than dozens? And why is that? I mean, is there something difficult about? I mean, I mean, and partly this is sort of a macro question. Like
It's not difficult. When the process is when they apply for an operating authority, they sign an oath on that application that they shall follow all rules and regulations of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission plus federal motor carrier act or motor carrier. So by that signature, it should entail that they should know all rules and regulations.
And are there records that that like are kind of like the gold standard, who are always compliant, folks that have this down to a science? Does that exist?
Yes, I'm not saying that there's not towing companies out there that there's plenty of, again, dozens as well, that follow the rules and regulations. And they know what they need to have on all the driver files, what their financial responsibilities they need to do, their annual inspections, and their annual reports that they have to file. But there's other towing companies that don't follow those regulations.
Okay, so Quick and Easy is not alone in terms of dealing with this type of a issue at the moment.
No, sir. And it's not that, well, it wasn't Quick and Easy at the time, but it was the same owner. It's not, this wasn't the first time they've ever been inspected. They should know what the rules and regulations and what they should know on these inspections. And what
Okay,
should
look,
they have.
thank you. So looking at your staff exhibit 9, I'm just going to try to make sure I understand all the information on the form. Do you have that in front of you, the number 9, staff exhibit 9?
Yes, I do.
So on the bottom left there, in the first page, it has invoice number Mila Ortega 1994 Chevy PU, I assume means pickup, right?
Yes.
And then it says non-compliant charging deadhead miles.
Yes.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So when I was looking at one of their invoices, I talked to Ms. Gutierrez and told her they were charging deadhead. And so I explained to her that could not happen due to, I believe at the time they were charging deadhead and it shouldn't have been charging deadhead. So I corrected her and I educated her on how that needed to be charged. So they have to follow a state tariff in order to be able to charge deadhead. Okay,
so just for those of us not deeply familiar, what exactly is deadhead miles?
So what deadhead is in a towing company world, deadhead is, for instance, and I could get the actual definition. Hopefully, that's in the tariff. The way deadhead, if there's a towing company that goes and picks up a vehicle, and they, let's say, for instance, the owner or police department, law enforcement tells them, do not, I want you to take this to my residence or to a evidence yard, law enforcement. The towing company will take this this vehicle to this locations for either the owner or law enforcement requested. From that location of the tow yard or the residence, they can charge deadhead from that location back to their yard. So that's why it's deadhead. That they can.
I see. So is it just by clarification? So it's the distance that the towing vehicle would have to go to get back to where it came from, like its home?
Yes, unloaded. Because usually it's loaded miles when they pick up the towing the vehicle that they're towing, and they can charge mileage back to their yard. Well, since they're not going back to their yard, they can charge deadhead because they were called out. So they have to charge unloaded back to their yard. So that's how they could charge deadhead.
Okay, and so this is non-compliant for charging deadhead miles, and they shouldn't have been doing that. And is your statement because that the tariff didn't permit it?
Yes, I don't have this invoice in front of me, but that's the reason we did clarify. I educated Mrs. Gutierrez on that invoice. So I educated on her, hey, we cannot be charging the consumer deadhead due to whatever that invoice had.
All right, and then just to be 100% clear, that deadhead would have been, well, it would have been wherever the truck had to go from where the car was dropped off to get back to the yard. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
And without a thing being towed, without a vehicle of any kind being towed.
yes.
And how do you figure out that deadhead? How do you even know there are deadhead miles?
Well, it all depends because it's whatever they put on their invoice. And then what I look at, I look into their if there's a tow sheet conducted from the law enforcement perspective. And then if they said, well, if I have a question on that a particular invoice, I'll ask questions like, did you take it back to your yard, or did law enforcement ask you to take it to their evidence yard? And then that's how I would look. Once I see on their invoice that they charged deadhead, those are the questions I would start asking, saying, well, why did you charge deadhead? Give me why you're charging this charge. Because if there's questions on the consumer indicating why was I charged for the deadhead, these are the things I have to get back to the complainant, saying, hey, this is the reason why you were charged deadhead, and they followed the state tariff.
Okay, so and if I understand so then the first 2 pages of staff exhibit 9, you have it looks like you went through several invoices.
Yes.
And I'm guessing you do that like what, to try to kind of come up with like a random statistical sampling to see what they're charging for services. Is that the concept why there's 3 here?
Yes, the reason is we go through, and usually I go through several more, but I put 3. What it is, it's a random, but also with that, when we do these audits is just to see if they're following the state tariff that they're required to follow. And they're charging the consumer the correct, and they're following the state tariff.
And just for clarification, again, working on that first page, if we look at Kendra Mowbray, I don't know, pronounce that
Yes.
name, 2002 Mercury Grand Marquis.
Yeah,
I understand what the charging deadhead miles means. And then the next one, no MVD from, I think you meant form, correct?
Yeah, form and letters. So the way that works, immediately it's the towing company's responsibility. The minute they pick up a vehicle, they have to notify the registered owner and the lien holder that they have towed this vehicle. Now, let's say, for instance, they arrested somebody, so obviously the owner knew whose towing company was picked up, but a lot of times a vehicle might have a lien holder, so they have to find out if there's a lien holder, so they're required to do that. They have 3 days, up to 3 days to figure out who the owner is and if there's a lien holder, so obviously they have to go through MVD to get these or any of their software that they have. And then they have 2 days to send out those certified letters to the owner and the lien holder. So a total of 5 days for that process. But if, let's say, for instance, in this case, Mrs. Gutierrez found out on that same day that that who the owner of this vehicle was, which was Kendra, and she found out who it is, then she has 2 days to send out those letters. So she no longer has 5 days. Immediately when they find out who the owner is, they have to send out those certified letters to the owner and lien holder. If that does not happen, they have to relinquish they cannot charge for storage.
Oh, I see. Okay. And so when that note, your no MVD and form letters were sent, basically you couldn't find any indication that they had provided the notification to the owner that they were obligated to provide under law. Is that what you were saying there?
Yes.
Okay. And then turning over to the second page, Edward Trujillo, the Acura, that last bit there, non-certified letters, but not charged. Michelle Jurado, 2016 Kia Optima. Can you explain what that means? Or is Michelle Jurado meant to be a fourth invoice?
Yes. That's what it is. Yes.
Okay.
So I was just going by, yes, that was a different, I kind of put, because I checked for, the form doesn't, it was a continuing thing on all the invoices I was looking at to her. I didn't get no complaints, so I told Miss Gutierrez, you need to stop doing this because you're overcharging these clients. On Deadhead.
Is charging deadhead a rampant problem, or is it sort of not? How common is that an issue in transportation?
It's not real common.
The providers, the tow companies know they're not supposed to be doing this?
They know that. They should know.
The Form E stuff, I mean, if I understand correctly, the commission, and this is by statutes and like I assume regulations as well, they're obligated to show they have liability insurance of a certain amount, and that's for the public protection. Is that the basic concept behind the Form E?
Yes,
So if they were to damage a vehicle or do something that the public would have some form of financial remuneration, correct?
yes.
Okay. And how common is it to find transport or the record service companies without an active Form E? Is that also a widespread problem?
It is.
Do you have any sense as to why it happens? I mean, why is it that sometimes is there any trends that you perceive? Like, I understand the explanation in this case was basically they changed providers and they just didn't submit the new provider as form. Is that common? Does that happen often?
Usually what happens, they go with a cheaper insurance and they forget to, or at least, well, they forget to have their new insurance file a Form E and their old insurance to file a Form K of that they're dropping that insurance to be. So, or a lot of what we see a lot is they file a Form E, they get a new insurance. Once that Form E is sent, they will drop that insurance and they won't have insurance for that whole until there's another inspection.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that to save money, there are tow providers, record services that just operate entirely without insurance.
Yes,
And so that's why the commission is vigilant about ensuring those forms are there.
yes.
Was a Form K supplied in this case?
A Form K, at the time there wasn't, but there was, after the inspection, there were Form Ks filed.
Okay. So, all right, let's get back to kind of where Mr. Heike went with all of this, which is to say, I think this question is the right one. I mean, has the company at this point done what they needed to do to get in compliance?
They have filed, to my knowledge, they have filed a Form E, I believe in the beginning of June. I might be wrong, I'd have to correct. But at the time prior to the hearing, proceeding on it being canceled, we had not received a Form E on file.
Okay. And so the question I have for you is, the commission, obviously this event with the Sierra Torres happened, and then that got your attention focused on Quick and Easy because, I asked you about that earlier. And I mean, would you say as soon as I'm asking you as a question, I'm not trying to supply an answer. I want you to genuinely just give me your opinion. Once the pressure was put on Quick and Easy, were you satisfied that they demonstrated sufficient intention to comply such that you were not concerned about their compliance, or do you not feel that way?
Well, she was, Ms. Gutierrez was quick on sending me the files to become compliant, yes.
So they did what they had to do when the pressure was put on them.
Yes, I mean, the inspection was done on the 27th. I received emails on documents only on one driver though. The 28th, the 3rd, and the 10th, I believe, what I put on my testimony. But she was quick on getting on the deficiencies completed.
And as we sit here today, are there any additional forms that the commission requires from Quick and Easy for purposes of compliance?
As of right now, just the only thing that I require of, I mean, she just said possibly that they had gotten rid of or wasn't employed Mr. Andrew Pino. If he's still employed, I'd like to get his driver file, medical card, drug screenings, all his complete file.
Okay, just bear with me a second.
And
Go ahead.
Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I'm just,
Another thing that I didn't get to do at the time, if Quick and Easy does go back on to get their operating authority granted, I would like to get back, because I never did the inspection of the vehicles. So I would like to do another, I need to have an inspection of their equipment. The only thing that was inspected on that day was their documents.
okay. With the drug and alcohol testing violations that you mentioned this a moment ago, can you say again, are there missing documents or has this been rectified?
The only missing documents that are missing are Mr. Andrew, the driver at the time, that she indicated that I had requested to how many drivers they had. They had two, Tim Gutierrez and Andrew Pino. She did provide Mr. Tim Gutierrez's driver files, all the stuff that were missing. She presented those to me via email, but she did not present nothing from Andrew Pino. She did not have a driver file for this driver whatsoever. All I received May 3rd from her, an email indicating that they might possibly not be an employee anymore for the company. But he was a
Okay.
driver prior to that.
When you say at the, and I'm looking again here, this is staff exhibit 9. This is the page that has the, does motor carrier comply with transportation rule? I won't read it all. Drug and alcohol testing program. Did you see, you're on the same page with me?
Yes,
And then the very bottom there, it looks like you write, motor carrier did not have a pre-employment full query status or limited query for driver Timothy Kevin Gutierrez.
yeah. So they did not have a query. So what it is, Mr. Gutierrez, so Quick and Easy has equipment that requires a CDL. And any individual that's operating that equipment that requires a CDL, they, as of 2020, since we adopted the federal rule, they are required, every company are required to provide a query, either premium employment query or a limited annually. So Mr. Gutierrez did not have this query on file and his driver file. So that's why I put that.
Okay, and has that
It's with
been
the
rectified?
clearinghouse. It's called the clearinghouse for the federal.
Has that been rectified at this point? Do you know?
Yes,
Okay, and you've, the next sentence, the next line there, did the motor carrier didn't have the pre-employment drug screening for Mr. Pino. You were describing that earlier, right? You told me what you.
yes,
That was-
yes, sir.
Okay. moving on to the page, the requirements for non-CDL drivers. Unfortunately, it's not paginated, so if you on that page with me too?
Yes,
The non-compliant finding there. And again, we might be talking, is Mr. Pino, can you just fill me in? Is Mr. Pino a driver there or not, or what is the status?
so at the time, which was April the 27th, when I did this compliance audit, I asked who are the drivers for your company, and she said Tim Gutierrez and Andrew Pino. So I requested these 2 driver files. And when I inspected Tim Gutierrez's, so I put all the deficiencies that he had. So then I went to Mr. Pino's driver file, and he was missing drug screening, pre-employment drug screening, no annual review of the driver's license. What that is they have to run a MVD, a record from MVD indicating that that this driver's license is valid, that there's no, it's a driving history, to see if the license is valid, not suspended. And then also they're required to have a medical card, which is a physical. So Mr. Pino did not have in his file, no medical card, no MVR, and no drug screening.
Okay, so just for clarity, the medical card is different than the drug screening?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes, so every motor carrier is required to have, and these are safety related deficiencies. They cannot be operating in the highways of New Mexico without these credentials. So
Sorry, and so before you go further, so it's a medical card, what kind of things is it? Is that like the person's vision is satisfactory, or they don't have like, some sort of underlying health condition that could render them incapable of operating a vehicle at some point? Is that what that's concerned with?
yes, what it is, it's a physical that they're required to have prior to them operating any equipment under their motor carrier, on their operating authority.
Okay. And then on that same page there, the comments with the non-compliant, does the motor carrier have the inspection, repair, and maintenance reports? Basically, what I'm looking here at those 3 listing, those are vehicles the company had, and they just didn't have inspection reports. Is that right?
Yes, so they're required to have, so when we would do these audits, Mr. Ryan, is we conduct physically the actual equipment. We go out there, look at it physically, which in this case, I didn't, I just pretty much did the records. And they were missing, so let's go for exactly for the 2001 Sterling. They didn't have no annual vehicle inspection. They have to have that conducted by a mechanic. They have to fill it out from a federal form that they have conducted an inspection on that vehicle. They didn't have, and then where it says inspector and brake inspection qualifications, they were missing those. We have to know that if the inspector conducting that inspection, the mechanic, has to have these qualifications in order to fill out this form. So they were missing that.
I see. And so just out of curiosity, but I'm not familiar with the Sterling Motor Company. I'm assuming that's a tow truck?
Yeah, that's one of their, it's the model. It's a model.
It's a model. Who made, so what, all right, so the Sterling is a model of a tow truck, but who?
Yes.
I mean, who makes the tow truck, out of curiosity? Is it like General Motors or somebody, or?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming the reason why you're identifying the type of vehicle it is and its age is that as these things age and, they're used, I mean, these are pretty big vehicles, I guess, right?
Yes. Well, it all depends. Some are, smaller than others. Obviously, I cannot really testify because I didn't physically see these vehicles. I just conducted an audit on their records.
Okay, but I guess the point is, you wouldn't want one of these vehicles towing another vehicle to lose its brakes, because that could be really bad.
Yes, especially when they hadn't had an updated annual vehicle inspection report done by a mechanic.
And also it would be really bad, like if your car breaks down and the person comes and picks you up and then the tow truck breaks down. We don't want that to happen.
No,
Because that's why I assume part of the maintenance inspection is to make sure that the truck itself is going to run reliably, right?
Well, and that's the whole reasons why a lot of these, I indicated that there were safety related issues, because one, we don't want the driver to be on drugs while he's on operating. Then we want to make sure this vehicle is serviceable and safe to be out there in the highways of the state of New Mexico. So these are the reasons why there are safety related, that they needed to be done immediately.
Right. Because then you have to call a tow truck to tow a tow truck, and then you would just have an ever increasing exponential amounts of tow trucks until, I don't know, when you'd started getting military vehicles involved in that kind of an episode. Anyway, okay, that's all very helpful information. Al, and let me just make sure I understand this last page of the report. So what you're saying here, this is walk around of vehicles, quick and easy record service equipment, not inspected. So I guess maybe going back to this other page with the other exact vehicles, that's your inspection was based on just looking at the records.
Yes. Yes.
And what you're saying on this page is that did you physically go to the business?
Yes, I physically went on the day of the investigation for American Transport. So
Were the trucks not there? Is that the idea, or?
no, they're in a different yard. That's another reason why I need to go and look at, I need to go physically look at this yard, see if there's other rules in PRC to see how far this yard is where they keep their equipment. But on the day of this audit, I only conducted the records. So if they do get their authority back or they reapply, I definitely need to do a full audit on this company.
Okay, and I guess that's my next question was why haven't you done it yet? And I think you supplied me an answer, but I'll just let you answer the question. Why haven't you gone and done that yet?
Because it's in legal proceedings right now. It has been canceled.
Okay. So are you saying that the company would have to apply for reinstatement before you're going to go down and inspect all their business operation?
As far as I know, right now, I mean, it's canceled, so I believe that they would have to reapply. That's a question that Mrs. Jeffries would have to answer.
Okay, I understand. Just asking what's your perspective on the subject
Oh,
matter.
yeah, I would believe that they would have to reapply, sorry.
Yeah. I guess the question I just want to ask, the final question is, from the sort of layperson's perspective, they see the commission imposing all these rules. And, just even reading over your compliance report, it feels like the tow operators just have to do all this stuff that feels, I mean, that's probably the wrong way, but if someone were to say, oh, well, it's just too onerous, that's just too much. What's your response to that?
My response is, I mean, if you ever want to have a business, all these audits are mainly pretty much to make sure that, or as an investigator, my job is to make sure that that everybody that's in the New Mexico, driving the New Mexico highways are safe, especially a towing company that's motor carrier, that they're following these rules. Because if we have drivers that are not complying from the motor carrier, because they're the ones that decided to have a business, be in the towing business, they have to follow these rules. So if we have drivers that are not compliant and not having drug screenings, anybody in the state of New Mexico or passing through New Mexico, we want these motor carriers that have an operating authority, that they're safe. That's first and foremost priority for this commission, and that's what I have this job for. Two is that they have financial responsibility, because if there is an accident, at least they are covered. Not only the business, but at least the people out there. And then three, They have to, I mean, the bottom line, they have to follow all state and federal rules to become a motor carrier.
And I think you told me earlier that there are motor carriers that comply and routinely comply.
Yes, they do.
So it's not impossible to comply. It's possible.
It's very possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Let me just make sure to. Yeah, that's all the questions I have. Ms. Jeffries, do you have anything for your witness? Redirect.
No, I do not.
Mr. Heidke, would you like to ask questions based on the questionings and only the questions that I asked the witness?
Yes, if I may.
Sure, but again, keep your degree cross limited to the matters I raised, which is
Correct.
probably fairly extensive, but go ahead.
Mr. Martinez, you're not saying that Easy Towing ever had a lapse in insurance, are you?
So what I'm saying is at the time, so when I did the inspection, I noticed on our document that they had, to answer your question, I couldn't tell you if they had lapsed. All I saw was a Form E that was filed with the commission back in 2021. And then when I did the audit on April of 27th, they had a different name and policy on insurance. They provided a certificate of liability, which is a cord, that they had insurance at that day, but they did not have a Form E filed with the commission. So I couldn't tell if I don't know if they had done it the day before or they had lapsed the whole day. That's the only thing I have.
Well, that's not, I mean, that's true on the date in question, but subsequent to your inspection, the company provided you documentation showing that they've had continuous liability insurance from the date of the Form K to the present, correct?
There was a Form K. There wasn't even a Form K. What it was is they did not have financial responsibility filed with the commission.
No, I get that, but subsequent to your inspection, the company has indeed provided you in documentation showing that there was no lapse of insurance, correct?
There was, yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
And Mr. Heidke, just so you know, your video, your audio is okay. You kind of are a little bit. My guess is there's a bandwidth issue on your end. If anybody in your house or wherever you're doing this from is using the internet for something else, that'll happen. It's not a big deal. I can hear you, but you are freezing up on your video too. So why don't we? We'll take a break now, anyway, so we can give Ms. Gonzalez a rest. We'll break for 10 minutes, and then Mr. Heidke, perhaps just figure out if you can. Sometimes you just stop programs. Ms. Gonzalez, we're off the record now. If you just stop programs running in the background, sometimes that'll solve the problem. I just don't want you to freeze up because then we don't get what you're saying.
Can we release?
Oh, Mr. Martinez, yes, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Gonzalez is present, and we're just waiting for the parties. We won't go back on the record yet, just wait till we have everyone. Mr. Crispín,
Yes, sir.
great, and then your video, Mr. Crispín, there you go. And then Ms. Jeffries, this is just for, I didn't receive a request for admission of Officer Brannan yet, but I assume, I guess, at some point we will.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm hoping to hear from him. He's supposed to let me know when he's done in the court case.
If we have to, go to the company witnesses and then come back, I mean, we'll have to do that. So
Okay.
now just waiting for Mr. Heidke. There we go. All right, let's go back on the record. Staff, you may call your next witness.
Vince Crispín.
And Ms. Gonzalez, please swear Mr. Crispín in again, just for thoroughness.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Crispín, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
And what is your title?
I'm a state investigator.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the documents along with the testimony filed in this case?
I did.
Based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony?
Yes.
Before you is a document marked Staff Exhibit 23. Can you identify that document?
Yes, it's prepared direct testimony of me, Vince Crispín.
So was Staff Exhibit 23 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Under my supervision, yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No.
If I ask you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 23, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 23 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Attached to Staff Exhibit 23 are exhibits, and I'd like to ask you about each of these. Attached is Staff Exhibit number 1. Can you identify that document?
That's the report that I wrote on this case.
And for which company did you write that report?
American Transportation.
The next attachment to Staff Exhibit 23 is Staff Exhibit number 2. Can you identify that document?
That's that document is a copy of a police report that was sent in with a complaint to the PRC.
Okay, so how did you come to obtain that?
That was given to me by that was emailed to me by Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta when he assigned me the case.
Okay. The next attachment to Staff Exhibit number 23 is Staff Exhibit number 3. Can you identify that document?
Give me a second.
They should be in the form of photos.
Yes, I'm just trying to get back to my Dropbox. Yes, that also came in the complaint that I was assigned when I was assigned this case.
Okay, are they photos that you're looking at?
Yes, they're photos of a van that has writing of American Transportation on it.
And how did you come to obtain those photos?
That was also in the email that was sent to me when I was assigned this case
By your supervisor?
by Fidel Archuleta, yes.
The next attachment to staff exhibit number 23 is staff exhibit number 4. Can you identify that document?
Yes, it's a driver's list from American Transportation, their drivers.
Okay. Did you prepare or participate in preparing staff exhibit number 4?
I didn't prepare this or participate in that, no.
How did you come to obtain that?
That was sent to me by Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta.
Okay. The next attachment to staff exhibit 23 is staff exhibit number 5. Can you identify that document?
Yes, it's a printout. It's actually a registration return vehicle registration inquiry from the New Mexico Department of Motor Vehicles.
And how did you come to obtain staff exhibit number 5?
I created this. I have access to Interactive through the DMV, and I ran this inquiry, and I printed the return.
Okay. The next attachment to staff exhibit 23 is staff exhibit number 6. Can you please identify that document?
I'm trying to get back to my Dropbox. Give me a second.
Sure.
6. Yes, that's titled as a work participation agreement. And the participant is Sierra Torres, and it is from Human Services, New Mexico Human Services Department, I believe.
And how did you come to obtain staff exhibit number 6?
I was contacted during this investigation by Chief Garcia of the Socorro Police Department, and he sent that to me.
Okay, the next attachment to staff exhibit 23 is staff exhibit number 7. Can you please identify that document?
Yes, give me a second, please. That is an affidavit of gift or of motor vehicle or boat.
And how did you come to obtain staff exhibit number 7?
It was, I believe it was in the one of Mr. Heidke's responses to questions or a motion that was filed by the PRC, and he sent that as one of his amendments.
Okay.
Attachments, I'm sorry, attachments.
The next attachment to staff exhibit number 23 is staff exhibit number 8. Can you identify that document?
Yes, that's a title to a vehicle, to the van that's in the pictures.
In the pictures, you're referring to the photos, which were staff exhibit number 3?
Yes,
Okay. How did you come to obtain staff exhibit number 8?
I believe that was also an attachment in a response from Mr. Heidke.
The next attachment referenced in staff exhibit number 23 is staff exhibit number 10. Can you identify this recording?
Yes, that's if that's the one, give me a second. I believe that's the recording between Mr. Juan Padilla and myself when I called him on the phone.
Okay. And I know you've already spoke about that earlier. I added 2 additional attachments to staff exhibit number 23. Can you please identify those for me? Be staff exhibit number 18 and staff exhibit number 19.
Looks like a set of interrogatories that were sent to the PRC.
That's staff exhibit 18 that you're looking at?
Believe so, stand by. Yes, it says staff's discovery request to American Transportation and Quick and Easy Record Service.
Okay. And staff exhibit 19, can you identify that?
This one's the respondent's amended response to discovery requests and objections.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I put these in because it was my understanding that all of the exhibits needed to be attached to testimony. So if we're handling that in a different way, we can withdraw those from there.
Yeah, I understand why you're doing it. You know, this, and it's sort of, I guess the other procedure that could have followed here would be the responses could have been answered in the testimony. Was that the concept, Ms. Jeffries?
Yes.
I mean, or you would issue testimony from a witness responding specifically to the discovery requests. I guess, Mr. Heike, do you are you willing to say that? Go ahead.
Am I willing to say what, sir?
Are you willing to basically attest that these responses here, to the extent to which they could be attributed to witnesses as answers, that American Transportation and the individuals joining us here today would hold these facts out as their
Yes.
own if they were to say them?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I don't see any problem with admitting these in the form they are here, and they can be attributed to American Transportation, you know, as through whatever witness would be the appropriate one. I mean, we don't have to attach it to a witness now, but these are American Transportation's responses.
Right.
So that's fine.
Okay. So, Mr. Crispín, I have one more exhibit. We have an exhibit marked Staff Exhibit 24. Can you identify that document?
Yes, it's supplemental testimony of me, Vince Crispín.
Was Staff Exhibit 24 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
no,
Was that a no?
no, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
If I ask you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 24, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 24 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
yes,
Okay, I move for the admission of Staff Exhibits number 24, 1 through 8, 10, 18, 19, and 24.
And I'll just read that again. It's Staff Exhibits numbers 1 through 8, Staff Exhibit 10, Staff Exhibits 18 and 19, and 24. Did I say that correctly? Ms.
Yeah, and
Jeffries?
23 as well. That's the direct
That's-
testimony.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Heike, again, acknowledging your continuing objection to the hearsay matters, do you have any other objections to the admission of these documents?
I do to staff's exhibit 3, Judge.
The police photos?
Yes.
What's the basis for the objection?
Foundation, and I have questions that this person probably wouldn't be able to answer as to where they came from, whether they've been altered or the lighting. So there's questions about the accuracy, if that's appropriate here. And I don't believe that these are questions that this witness is able to answer.
Okay, that objection, I will. Can I ask Ms. Jeffries before Mr. Crispín, did Mr. Crispín take those photos of that vehicle?
No, he did not. The officer would also be testifying as to the police report and the vehicle pictures. So if you want to hold off on admitting Exhibit 3, the photos, until he's here to do his testimony, that's fine.
That sounds like the best plan at this point. Yes. So we will hold off on admitting staff 3, and I assume that'll come in through Mr. Brannan or Officer Brannan,
Officer Brannan, yes.
or you will seek admission for that document through Officer Brannan. Okay.
And
Go ahead, Mr. Heidke.
yes, and then I have the same objection to I'm sorry. Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Yes, Exhibit 6.
You're making
Because
a foundation.
Yes, foundation, because that was just provided to Investigator Crispín, and I believe it was by, I'm not sure if it was the chief or if it was obtained by Officer Brannan. And so I would like to question Officer Brannan about that document.
Ms. Jeffries.
We can hold off on that one as well. It is in Officer Brannan's testimony that was submitted that he obtained that document, Exhibit 6.
Okay, well, why don't we wait to admit it until Officer Brannan's here? But in the meantime, that doesn't preclude us from asking questions about those documents, because your parties are free and the hearing examiner is free to ask questions about any document, regardless of whether it's been admitted or not. So with that in mind, anything further, Mr. Heidke?
No, sir. Thank you.
Is that all of the I will now we are going to admit staff 1 and 2, staff 4 and 5, staff 7 and 8, staff 10, 18 and 19, and 23 and 24. You passed the witness, Ms. Jeffries?
I do.
Mr. Heidke, go ahead.
You say in your report that on May 16th, you obtained the name of Juan Padilla. Do you
Yes.
recall that in your statement?
Yes,
How did you obtain that name?
Tanya Ortega, she used to work there.
Okay. And do you know why she used to work there?
I did an inspection a few years back and I believe I interacted with her. I don't know what her title was back then. I think she was a manager of some sort.
Okay.
She's also the person that's on the affidavits of gifted vehicles.
Okay.
That's why I contacted her.
During your previous testimony related to Juan Padilla, you stated that you called him when you finally got to talk to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But your report actually says that he called you back. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I didn't elaborate. I called him and he didn't answer. I thought I'd put that. I must not have. Then he called me back.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Crispín,
Yes, sir.
you said that the company in your testimony is familiar to you. What,
Yes.
why is it familiar to you?
I've inspected them before.
Was the inspection notable in some way, or?
No, I've been with the PRC for a little over 8 years, and I've been there a couple times. And
Okay.
I last time I inspected him, I interacted with Ms. Ortega. And I also had interacted with Mr. Landers.
So when you informed Ms. Torres why American Transportation was being suspended, or did you, if I understand correctly, you were the one who told her that, right?
Yes,
And that was the day that you all showed up in person and met with her and others there?
yes, sir.
So what was her reaction when you told her that the company was being suspended?
She was surprised. I guess, for lack of a better word, shocked, and wanted to know why. And I
And I
explained to
assume, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to cut you off.
it's okay. And I explained to her as best I could. And Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta was right there with me. And we explained to her what, oh, excuse me, why.
And that was because her daughter had done had the drugs found in the vehicle.
Yes, that's why.
I mean, when you mentioned that it was her daughter and that, did it surprise you? I mean, did it surprise her? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of what it was like to say, hey, your daughter just got, caught with a bunch of drugs, and what was she?
I don't remember exactly, but I do remember her when we told her, and that it was because her daughter was arrested in an American transportation vehicle. And I do believe she told me that it's not an American transportation vehicle, that it's her daughter's vehicle. And I think, I believe actually she told me that right there, that the vehicle was sold to her. I think that's the word she used. That it was sold to her a few years back or sometime back. Not years. She said it was sold to her sometime back.
And did you get the impression that she was shocked to learn that her daughter was involved in such a thing?
No, my first thought was she was reacting that way because of the business was being shut down, suspended.
Okay, so my understanding you're saying is her first thought was towards the business, not necessarily her daughter. That's what your impression was?
Yeah, because I don't know what kind of relationship her and her daughter have, and this happened way before the fact. So I was assuming there that she already knew about all that with her daughter.
In your investigative report, which I just had in front of me, wandered off. Just give me 1 second to pull that up. Ah. The page 2, I still am a little maybe confused. So this is staff exhibit 1, page 2 of 6. The 4 bullets. I read your response to my questions earlier, and I read your responses to my questions in the supplemental testimony you supplied, but I guess I just don't understand. Are these bullets and these licenses here like iterations of American Transportation, or what are these numbers?
Their contracts and authorities that they work under within their operating authority of American Transportation. Those are like addendums, attachments, if you would, for their company. They provide different services under taxi, under non-emergency medical transport. And in the course of providing these, they contract with other entities, and these authorities allow them to do that. The authorities allow them certain practices to follow, like say for a taxi, they can solicit customer rides. They can stop and ask somebody, hey, you need a ride, okay? Whereas a non-emergency medical transport, they can't. Their rides are pre-booked, they're pre-made, and that's why they get contracts with HMOs, with other medical providers who broker rides for their clientele to doctor's appointments, and then they get the non-emergency medical provider to provide these calls, these rides. So those bullet points that you see there are attachments and addendums to their permits and contracts that are added to the parent authority.
Okay. And then, thank you. That was very helpful. It clarifies. I think I understand. At the bottom of page 2, you note you asked for driver's files and she supplied you some. There were some discrepancies. Have they supplied at this point whatever documents necessary to resolve those discrepancies?
To this day, I haven't seen an equipment list, that is required by the PRC.
And at that one sentence there, he says, attached as a printout of the drivers and what they were lacking in terms of their driver requirements. Have the things that have been lacking been provided?
I don't recall. I don't think I've gotten them. I may have. I haven't. I didn't put them on here.
And again, that would be if you were referring to staff exhibit 4, if you need to pull that up. It's Jaron Martinez, Jay Apachito, Lori Sanchez, and then there's a whole host of different things.
I believe they did send me that stuff.
They did. Okay.
Yeah, I believe they did. Yes, they did early on.
Okay. So as far as we're concerned, the information that was required for staff 4, or that staff 4 says, hey, we need this stuff from you all, they have supplied this.
Yes.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, then after you spoke first to Mr. Torres and then you spoke to Mr. Landers, right?
Mr. Landers showed up, yes.
Okay, but so Mrs. Torres was there first, then he came on the scene, and then you told Mr. Landers, hey, you're being suspended, and this is why. I just was curious, what was his reaction to the explanation as to why they're being suspended?
Mr. Landers too had a very surprised reaction, and his main concern was that it was going to put his employees out of work. And he asked if there was any other way around it, if there was something he can do to change our mind, as in comply. What he meant was compliance and what he needed to do. But his main concern, Mr. Landers, was that his employees were going to be out of work, and that the clientele that he provided rides for were going to be lacking in transportation. He wouldn't be able to provide the transportation to his clientele.
Is it your understanding that, I mean, at least at the time of the investigation anyway, that Juan Padilla was an employee of Mr. Landers or American Transportation? What was your understanding of Mr. Padilla's status?
Mr. Padilla told me he was an employee of Mr. Landers. He worked at his car wash, I believe. Mr. Ortega also told me that he worked at the car wash.
Okay. And when you first communicated, well, no, let me ask this. You told Mr. Heike that you obtained the name of Juan Padilla. I had that question as well. You said it was from Tanya Ortega.
Yes, sir.
So can you just clarify, and you asked her, who can I, what was the interaction there? You said, Tanya, who can I call to figure explain that further.
The reason why I called Tanya is to ask her about the affidavit. She was a notary. She was the notary on that affidavit.
Oh, right. The documents relating to the gift or sale of the vehicle.
Yes. And after we talked about that, I told her about, well, she said she gave me the information she gave me about the van, that she did sign it and whatever she did with it. And I asked her, I believe I asked her if it was a common practice when they gifted or sold vehicles, if anybody took the lettering off, and she said that that would be done by Juan Padilla. So I asked if she had a contact number for him, and she gave it to me.
Okay. And at that point, did she mention Matthew Lucero or anyone else? About delettering vehicles?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall.
So you said you scrutinized the document that was the affidavit of gift of motor vehicle or boat, that's staff exhibit 7. I just want to understand, are you saying there that every piece of writing on this appears to be, as far as you're concerned, Tanya Ortega's handwriting?
Yes, it all matched. It all followed the same flow and pattern. And then when I talked to her, she said that she filled out the form in its entirety, and that she also signed Jess Landers' name to it.
I know you're I'm not an employee of the motor vehicle division, and this is just a document. It just is demonstrating that in fact the ownership of the vehicle was transferred from Jess Landers to Sierra Torres, but Sierra Torres didn't sign this.
Right.
Yeah, that's her signature isn't that. Was that it? Did you ever ask anyone like why didn't she sign it?
I didn't talk to Mr. Landers after, but I did ask Tanya why didn't she sign it. She said that she wasn't there.
And Mr. Landers didn't sign this either.
No, Tanya said she signed it for him.
Yeah. I was hoping we could look real quickly at the pictures together of the car. Have you seen those pictures before?
I have.
Do you have the ability to look at them with me right now?
I do. Give me a sec.
I won't share my screen,
I got him. I'm looking at him.
All right, so I have for staff exhibit 3, there are 5 pages is what I was intending to say there.
Right.
And the testimony in the case was, okay, so let me make sure I understand this too. These pictures you didn't take these pictures.
No, I did not.
They came to you from, sounds like Officer Brannan or somebody with Socorro Police. Is that right?
They came to me by way of Fidel Archuleta, and they were received by the PRC from the Socorro Police Department.
Okay. And you've looked at these pictures before today, right? As you were doing your investigation, I'm sure, like when I first saw this, I just looked through them quickly. You've looked at these before?
I have.
The thing I was curious about was, there was testimony, and I mean, these would be questions I have for the company's witnesses. They say that 3 people tried to remove these decals and none of them seemed able to do it. And then I was like, well, and they would say, oh, we're going to ruin the paint or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, let's go find some ruined paint. And I don't see any ruined paint. I mean, and this is the mystery of the decals. Do you have any, does this paint look consistent with 3 separate people trying to remove it? The decals?
I had the same questions myself that they tried to, especially after I heard that there was an incident where the police were called because Sierra was with the vehicle late at night and she told him she was trying to take the decals off. And also Juan Padilla told me that he never tried to take him off because the vehicle was never taken to him. But it also appears to me that had anybody tried to take him off, there would be some kind of indication on the paint or the letters would be, it would be obvious, I think, but I don't see it.
So, and look, if you go to 5 of 5, right? I noticed the 1-800 there. So this is picture PDF page 5 of 5. If you have it open on a PDF, it's the last one basically.
Yeah.
So the 9, you can see that's got some, it looks a little weird. Like there seems like it, but I can't tell if that's like sun fading or what. But you
The
agree
one-
with me that, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was going to say, when I imagine them trying to take this paint, these decals off, I assumed you would have seen some indication that the car would have been scratched or something.
What I thought when I looked at it is the first one that caught my eye was the very first picture you're looking at, the 9 on the PRC 519. It looks like some the tip of the bottom of 9 is missing. But then I thought, and this is on me, I thought if this were me and if I were having trouble with that 9, then I would go to another part of the car and I would try another piece of whether it's a number or a letter, I would try that. And maybe that would yield me some results, but I don't see that they tried anywhere else or moved around. That's what I would have done, but they're
Yeah.
not me, not them.
When you spoke with Juan Padilla, did you ever ask him about the possibility of submitting testimony in this case? I mean, that maybe not be your job. Perhaps counsel does that, but did that subject ever come up?
No, I don't recall. I don't think so.
Did you get the impression when you were speaking with Juan Padilla that he was reluctant to say anything negative about his employer?
No.
Did that strike you as odd? I mean,
No, he everything we talked about is pretty much what's on the recording. Like I said, the when it starts mid-conversation or when we're talking, we hadn't been on the phone but a few seconds.
yeah, I guess my question is really, if you're going to complain about your employer or make some comments that in this case are rather inflammatory about them, you do that pretty carefully. Did you get that impression from Mr. Padilla?
No, I believe in the conversation we had on the recording that he speaks good about Mr. Landers. He had nothing bad to say about his employer. I don't think, I think on the conversation that he didn't have, that he may have alluded to that he had problems with Miss Torres. I believe, I don't know. I don't remember. I'd have to listen to it again, and I haven't listened to it in a while, but he spoke really good about Mr. Landers, from what I recall.
Okay, and did you ever ask Mr. Landers about the company's policies regarding, and then you may have said this in your testimony, and you just remind me if you did, about removing lettering and like, making sure that the company's own cars aren't out there being driven by non-employees and wrongly conveying that this is the company operating?
No, I didn't talk to Mr. Landers about that stuff.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Crispín. Ms. Jeffries, do you have any redirect?
No,
Mr. Heidke,
Yes, sir.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Crispín, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
The arrest of Sierra Torres was on April 24th, correct?
I believe so.
And you didn't go and talk to Michelle Torres till April 27th, correct? Or 28th?
27th, I believe it was.
Okay, so it's 3 days after the arrest. So is it fair to say that Ms. Torres was already aware of the arrest?
Yes, it's fair to say that.
Okay. So the fact that she wasn't surprised that her daughter was arrested isn't really a surprise, is it, sir?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, now, I don't know if you have access to my exhibits. You said that the American Transportation has not provided a vehicle list to your equipment list. In fact, isn't it true, sir? You're on the distribution list of all documents filed in this case, correct?
Yes, which exhibit is it? And I can look at it.
It'd be my exhibit number 22. Respondents exhibit 22.
Okay,
Do you have that?
I do.
Okay. Is that not an equipment list showing all the vehicles that American Transportation operates?
It's a list of vehicles and they say it is, but it's lacking if they own it or lease it, what we require. So if it's not up to our rule, then it's not an equipment list for me. That's what I look for. It's got to have it's got to meet the requirements of the NMAC rule. I think I pointed that out in my report.
You said you pointed that out in your report?
I think so. I may have.
Can you show me where in your report that is?
I may have. If I didn't, let me see. No, I did not put it in my report.
Okay. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually, it's in the title, equipment list. Let me see. Yeah, I put it in the title, but I guess I forgot to put it in the report. But yeah,
I'm sorry, can we also just clarify, Mr. Heidke, perhaps remind me, you're asking him, did he put something in there, and he's now clarifying that he didn't? What was the thing that you were asking him again?
No, I was asking if he had seen exhibit number 22 and was that not indeed a vehicle list?
Okay.
And he says it's a list, but it doesn't comport with all the requirements that he's considering a list. I
Okay.
believe is his testimony. And he said that he put it in his report to notify the company of such. And I'm asking where that is in the report.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Crispín, if I understand, you're telling Mr. Heidke now that you perhaps did not.
Yeah, I
Include
put
that
it
in
in
your
the
report?
title, but I didn't put it in the body.
In other words, you
And-
forgot to tell them, hey, give me the more comprehensive list of your vehicles and all the information that would necessarily require.
Right.
Okay.
Now, when you reached out to Tanya Ortega, you didn't reach out to her at American Transportation, did you, sir?
No,
Did you contact her at home?
we have another investigator who did an inspection on them last year. And he had contact information for her.
Okay, and he provided it to you?
Yeah,
And where did you meet with her?
I did. And I talked to her on the phone.
Okay, all right. And so were you aware that she is no longer an employee of American Transportation?
Yeah, she told me that she was let go, that she was fired.
Okay, and she was fired about a year ago, correct, for embezzlement?
She told me she was fired some time ago, and she did mention embezzlement, yes. And I told her I didn't want to talk to her about that because I wasn't a part of that. So
Okay.
I identified to her what I wanted to talk about, and that's what we talked about.
Okay. So you've been talking about the paint and whether or not there's evidence of removal of numerals. You were in Socorro on the 27th, correct, sir?
I was,
Of April?
yes, sir,
And the vehicle was impounded at that time, correct?
it was.
And did you stop by the impound lot to take a look at the vehicle and see if there was evidence of attempted removal?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that could have been easily done, correct?
It could have, but I had pictures, so I relied on those.
Okay. And they're at some distance, aren't they, sir?
They're pretty close, but
Okay.
yeah.
I have no further questions.
Miss Jeffries,
I don't have any questions.
I just wanted to bring one subject up real quickly. I forgot to bring up with Mr. Crispín, and if this elicits further follow-ups, that's fine. But I just want to, part of this case in some ways, I think, is, what should motor vehicle carriers or motor carriers do in terms of vehicles that are decaled? And if they, have the vehicle that meets the end of its useful life, should there be some affirmative obligations about removing the PRC operating number and the company's decals? But I guess, so Mr. Crispín, I'm not asking you for purposes about, believing you're a lawyer, but I mean, do you have an understanding of what the requirements are for motor carriers regarding decals and PRC operating numbers once they no longer use a vehicle?
No. I don't believe it's covered in the markings of the vehicle. And in my time here, I've not dealt with this same instance before.
So you've never had a case before where somebody was operating a vehicle that it used to belong to a transport company, and then just it still seemed to indicate because the numbers and letters were there still? That's what you're saying? You've never had that kind of a case before?
No, not to my knowledge. I know there has been a couple times, not my cases. They weren't even cases, but wreckers. There was a wrecker in Albuquerque that was sold to the guy. Took it home, didn't unmark it for a couple days, but he finally did. But that's the only thing. Somebody had complained that they had seen him driving around in it. They thought he was working. He was called, he wasn't working, and he went and took the lettering off right away. That's the only one I can recall, and that was several years ago.
I mean, do you think it's best practice for the commission to require motor carriers to remove decals and what have you from vehicles they no longer own?
I do. I feel there should be something there. That way, when a vehicle has used up its its usefulness to the company and they get rid of it, they have to take all the lettering and signage off it, and maybe perhaps alert the PRC, know that that's being taken off their equipment list, and it's no longer in their fleet, and it was, and attest to it that it was delettered, denumbered, everything.
Yeah, and it would seem to me the commission itself has its own independent interests for not wanting non-operators or non-company operators driving around with vehicles marked with PRC operating authority, right?
Right.
And we're
Yes.
and you don't know whether that in fact exists as a rule at this time.
I don't. I'll be honest, I don't. If anybody knew, it would be my bureau chief. He knows those rules in and out, and I'm pretty
This is
sure
Mr. Archuleta would know this.
he would. I'm pretty sure he would.
All right, well, that seems more at the end of the day a briefing question, but I guess from an investigator's perspective, just your perspective, the PRC should require that, the delettering of company name and operating authority.
Yes, I think they should.
Could we, I mean, is there any conceivable reason why we wouldn't require that?
I believe that'd be a question for Miss Jeffries.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all from that subject. Mr. Heike, I don't know if you wanted to ask any follow-up.
I did, thank you. Mr. Crispín, this incident that you talked about, you talked about the record service. Someone was seen driving it for a few days and they reported it. And they were contacted by the staff and they removed the letters, correct?
Right.
Okay, in this case, in the 1 year that Sierra Torres had it and was driving it around Socorro allegedly, did PRC staff receive any complaints during that year about her doing so?
No, not to my knowledge.
Right. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Jeffries, I'll give you one last opportunity in case you had any.
I don't have any follow-up. And I did receive contact from Officer Brannan, and he finished his court hearing and he should be joining us as soon as he's able.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Mr. Crispín, thank you for your time today, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good afternoon.
You as well. I'll still be around.
Sure, thank you. So we don't have Officer Brannan now, but I was going to, well, let's go off the record.
Okay.
So let's just, when can we expect Officer Brannan, let's just do this. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
Okay.
Is that okay? And
Yeah.
then Ms. Jeffries, by the time we come back, you can maybe give us an update as to where Officer Brannan is. So if we can
Okay.
get him before lunch, that'd be great. All right, so we'll see everybody in 10 minutes.
All right.
Let's just hold off the record, Ms. Gonzalez, until we see what Ms. Jeffries tells us about Officer
Okay.
Brannan.
So Officer Brannan said he should be with us shortly.
Okay,
Yeah. When I told him we are on a 10-minute break, he said, I'll be on in about 10 minutes.
very good. Well, I'll just turn my video off, and then as soon as I see him, I'll admit him, and then I'll come back on screen.
Very good.
Okay. Ms. Jeffries, is he having any technical problems or anything, or are we?
No, I don't know if someone stopped him in the hall or something. Let me call him. Hold on. Okay, he said he has to dial in, so you should watch for him dialing in. I haven't
Not
got
a-
any more messages. from him.
I don't, isn't appearing as a,
Hold on, he's calling me now.
do you need the invitation again?
Yeah, he'd like the invitation resent. He said he's clicking and it's not going through.
Okay, is he on the service list? He is, correct?
Yes.
So I will just send the Zoom link to the service list again. Is he logging on from a machine, from a computer, or is he doing this by telephone?
Are you still doing it by phone or are you going to do it by computer? Okay, he said he can try doing it by the computer, but he doesn't have a video camera on his computer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've just sent the link to the service list, so if he's,
Okay, you should have the link shortly. You just send it out.
here we go. Here we go.
We see you here. Okay, good. So let's see if your audio connects.
Join with computer audio.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm going to hang up here because you might have yourself muted. Officer Brannan, you have yourself muted, I believe.
Yeah, there's a microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner that you have to click.
Are you able to unmute him from your end?
No,
Oh, here he
it's-
goes.
There we go. Officer Brannan, can you speak so we can see if your audio is functioning? Yeah, if you are unmuted, but then the other wrinkle is you have to make sure the correct microphone is selected. And the way you do that is a little mic at the bottom left and you click the little caret. And then you select the mic. That should be a default one. If not defaulting, then just pick one until it starts working.
We had a phone number available as well, right?
Yes. All right, well, why don't we do this? So we don't waste everyone's time. Let's come back at 1:45. And between now and then, Mr. Brannan, Officer Brannan can figure out his technology.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay,
I'll see everyone at 12:45.
okay.
Officer Brannan, can you hear me? Hello?
Officer
Yes, I
Brannan?
could.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We have a few more minutes. I just wanted to double check to make sure his audio was going to work this time. So perfect. We'll be back in just 4 minutes. All right. And Officer Brannan, before we go back on the record, let me just check in, make sure your audio is working.
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. All right, Ms. Gonzalez, we'll go back on the record. All right, we've returned. Ms. Jeffries, staff can call it witnessed.
The next witness is Officer John Brannan.
Ms. Gonzalez, you could swear the officer in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So I just want to say for the record too, before Ms. Jeffries goes, Mr. Officer Brannan's appearing by telephone today. It is preferable that, witnesses appear by video, so at the very least we can see you. I'm assuming that that wasn't possible in this instance, and Ms. Jeffries, I'm guessing this was the telephone was the way to go to make this happen.
Yes.
Okay, well, I just want the record reflect that. So go ahead, Ms. Jeffries.
Okay, Officer Brannan, by who are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the City of Socorro Police Department as a law enforcement officer.
As part of your duties in that position, have you reviewed the documents and testimonies filed in this case?
Yes, I have.
Based on that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony for the case?
Yes, I did.
You should have before you a document marked as Staff Exhibit Number 22. Can you identify that document?
Yes, I have it right here.
And what is that document?
It is my direct testimony.
Okay, was Staff Exhibit Number 22 prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was prepared by me.
Okay, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No.
If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit Number 22, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are these answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit Number 22 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Attached to Staff Exhibit Number 22 is Staff Exhibit 11. Can you identify that document?
Is yes. This is my police report.
Okay. Did you prepare or participate in preparing Staff Exhibit 11?
Yes, I prepared it.
Is Staff Exhibit Number 11 an official document that's held by your department?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Also attached to Staff Exhibit Number 22 is Staff Exhibit 3. Can you identify those photos?
Yes, I have them right here in front of me.
Did you prepare or participate in preparing Staff Exhibit 3?
Yes, I prepared them.
Is Staff Exhibit Number 3 an official document held by your department?
Yes.
Also attached to Staff Exhibit Number 22 is Staff Exhibit 6. Can you identify this document?
Yes.
What is it?
Is a work participation agreement.
Did you prepare or participate in preparing Staff Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Can you please explain how you obtained Staff Exhibit Number 6? Was it in the course of your duties?
Yes, it was in the course of my investigation. I went to the Human Services Department and advised them I was conducting an investigation and requested the documents, which they provided.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move for Staff Exhibits Numbers 22, 11, 3, and 6 be admitted into the record.
Mr. Heike, we have your objections as noted earlier to staff 3 and 6. Is there anything further you want to say on that subject?
No, sir.
You do continue your objection to their admission? I meant that as a question, legitimately.
No, I understand that. I don't have an objection to the photographs any longer since he said that he took them. I still have questions about the work participation agreement though.
Okay, and do you want to, I mean, do you object to their admission or do you just wish to question the witness about it?
I would like to question the witness. I do object to it, and I may withdraw my objection after that. I may not.
All right, well, let's admit at the very minimum, 22, 11, and 3, and the work participation agreement, we will admit once we've gone through all the questioning, because I assume they're foundational questions and we can just hold off on admitting them. We won't forget. I won't anyway. So as I said, staff 22, staff 11, and staff 3 are admitted, and we'll just pause on 6 for the moment. Ms. Jeffries, anything
No,
further? Okay. Mr. Heike, I presume we'll have some questions for Mr. Brannan. Or Officer Brannan, excuse me.
Yes, thank you, sir. Can you explain? Well, let's go this way. Let me start here. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Have you read the investigative report prepared by Vince Crispín in this case?
Briefly, I briefly looked at it.
Okay. He said that the HSD report was given to him by the chief. Do you know that to be correct?
I'm not too sure.
Did you provide it to him?
I don't know. I don't recall if I did or not.
What did you do with this report when you got it?
With the work agreement report?
Yes. Yes.
I made my chief aware of it. And then I believe I might have emailed, or no, not emailed. I think I probably faxed over the report. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Did you share it with anyone else?
No.
Okay. And the report goes on to state that one of his officers, and I'm presuming that's you, was given this information by a confidential source. Did you obtain this document from a confidential source?
No, I obtained it from the Human Services Department.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Crispín would say that?
No, I am not aware. I went to the Human Services Department and spoke with a female who I advised her I was conducting a criminal investigation and requested any documentations, and this was the document I was provided.
Okay. Now, who was the individual at HSD that you spoke to?
I don't recall. All I remember was a female.
Okay. What criminal investigation does this form pertain to?
It pertains to the criminal investigation of narcotic trafficking.
How does a work participation agreement tie to narcotics trafficking?
It shows that she was associated with the company involved, and it shows that she has association with how she obtained the vehicle as well.
Okay. Did you take a look at page 3 of the document?
Page 3 of the work participation agreement?
Correct.
Yes, I have it right here in front of me.
Okay. Do you see that top paragraph there where it says confidentiality?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see the third sentence down
Yes,
where it says this information?
the confidential information that one?
This information may be given to other federal and state agencies. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay. For official examination, and then it says, and to law enforcement officials for the purpose of picking up persons fleeing to avoid the law. Isn't that what the confidentiality clause says?
That's what yes, it's written right here.
Okay. Now, you weren't investigating Sierra Torres for fleeing from you, were you?
No, I wasn't investigating her for fleeing.
Okay. Did you provide this HSD official to give you this document?
Can you state that again?
Yes. Did you pay this HSD employee to provide you this document?
No, I just went in the HSD department and requested it, and they provided it.
Okay. And thank you. As to the photographs, I believe you testified that you actually took the photographs?
Yes, I took the photographs.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Afternoon,
And
Officer Brandt. Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead. No, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Mr. Heike. That's okay. You go.
I just wanted to clarify for you, sir, that I still object to the admission of this document.
I mean, presuming on the grounds, well, I don't want to presume. And what did you state the basis for the objection?
Sure. First of all, it's hearsay. First of all, there's no substantiation from the department as to what it is. There's no authentication. And the best evidence rule, I know the rules of evidence don't apply. Best evidence rule would require some type of certification that this is in fact from the records of Sierra Torres. There's nothing identifying it. There's no signature on it by Ms. Torres. There's no certification at all. I know we have the officer's testimony, but I don't believe that's enough foundation for this document. I'm also concerned by the confidentiality requirement here that this document shouldn't have been released to the officer, as most confidential federal aid programs, state aid programs, documentation are confidential, are not to be released without a subpoena or some type of court order. And so I also object on that grounds.
Ms. Jeffries?
I think that the confidentiality provision allows for other agencies to review those records. That's part of what it says there. And the confidentiality obligation would be on HSD and not on the officer and not on the PRC.
Okay, and did you have any thoughts about the other objections Mr. Heike made?
Well, it's relevant, and we've got that in our testimony, supplemental testimony from Vince Crispín, and it's not incompetent. I don't see any reason why it would be inadmissible. And we have testimony from some of respondents' witnesses alluding to this agreement that had Sierra Torres doing tasks in the Office of American Transportation, which, as I understand it, is a shared office with quick and easy record service.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Heike about the best evidence and the foundation and authentication stuff. But the issue though is we have independent confirmation from American Transportation's own witnesses that, you know, she did volunteer at the organization. So all this document really does is demonstrate there's merit to what the American Transportation leadership has told us anyway. So with that in mind, I'll overrule the objection and admit this document. Okay, Officer Brannan, I just had some questions for you. Investigator Crispín and I had a bit of a discussion about the photographs of the car and the paint. And I know you weren't present for that earlier because you were attending to another matter. Basically, what I said to Investigator Crispín, I'm just summarizing here, is, you know, I looked at the pictures pretty closely and I said, I know the testimony in this case is that several individuals attempted to remove the paint from the vehicle unsuccessfully. And by paint, they mean the decals, American Transportation, and then the PRC operating number. I think there was 3 people total who tried and they stopped because it was too difficult. And I asked Investigator Crispín if he thought that the paint or that the lettering revealed attempts by someone to remove it. And he said he did not believe that to be the case, or as far as his looking at it. Do you have any opinion on that subject?
It doesn't appear like if anybody was trying to remove them.
Did you, when you looked at the vehicle, when you saw it in person, was there any evidence, as far as you're aware, that like there were attempts made to get the decals and the number off?
Not that I've noticed, no.
I guess, would you expect to see that if someone had tried to pull the lettering off?
Yes, if somebody tried to pull the lettering off, I assume there might be chunks of lettering along with paint missing. To me, it just looks like it's sun damaged along with the rest of the paint of the vehicle. The vehicle isn't in really good condition either. It's pretty torn apart.
Okay. And if you could just go through again the steps you took to obtain the work participation agreement. You went to the HSD office in Socorro, or?
Yes, here in Socorro. And I spoke with a female there, let her know I was conducting an investigation, and requested documents in which she provided.
Okay. That's all the questions I had for Officer Brannan. I'm not sure, Mr. Heike, if you wish to redirect. Or
No,
I should
sir.
say recross, yeah. No, okay. Miss Jeffries, anything from you?
No, I have nothing. Thank you.
Okay, Officer Brannan, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Officer Brannan.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Miss Jeffries, you have, I think that's your last witness, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Heidke, I think we talked earlier that we would have Mr. Landers first, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. She's muted.
Yeah, it appears this, I assume that's Mr. Landers there in the plaid shirt.
Yes, it
Yeah, he
is.
is muted. I'll cue them to unmute. I can do that.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
You can, so it shows you muted though. That's interesting. Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in Mr. Landers.
Right hand up, Jess.
Right hand up, Jess.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Landers.
He's having a little bit of a hard time hearing.
Okay, can you raise the volume there?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Landers.
Yes,
Did you review testimony in this case?
no, I haven't seen any testimony at all.
All of the stuff that we went over, Jess.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got it right here. Yes.
Okay, and did you cause that testimony to be prepared for you?
Yes,
Okay. And that's exhibits number 1, exhibit number 2, respondents exhibit 1, respondents exhibit number 2, and respondents exhibit number 32. Is that correct?
yes.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and were they caused by you to be made?
Yes,
Have you reviewed those documents?
briefly.
Okay, are there any changes or corrections that you believe that you need to make to those documents?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and are all the statements in there accurate and correct?
As I believe they are, yes.
Okay, and if I asked you those same questions today, would you still provide the same answers?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay, and I would move exhibits 1, 2, and 32 into evidence.
Ms. Jeffries, any objection?
No, sorry, no objections.
Okay, respondents 1, exhibit 2, and exhibit 32 is admitted. Passing the witness, Mr. Heidke.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jeffries, would you have some questions for Mr. Landers?
Yes, I do.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
Mr. Landers. I'm just going to ask you a few questions.
Okay,
I've only seen markings on the vehicles in these photographs, and they have the operating authority number 51925, which we have as a municipal taxi service number.
yes.
Are there any other numbers on other vehicles of your fleet at American Transportation?
No,
So all of the operations for American Transportation are being done solely under that operating number?
yes,
Okay. We had in our system permit number 901247, which was pursuant to a contract with Cimarron HMO. Do you
Yeah.
still have a contract with Cimarron HMO
yeah, we transport their people for them, yes,
for Cimarron?
yeah.
Okay. I want to let you know that Cimarron went out of business back in 2004. So are you thinking of a different medical caregiver?
I'm not aware of that right now, no.
Okay,
I'm not aware of that. But
okay,
I don't handle the daily operation for the HMOs.
Okay, we have another permit number on file that is 901248. That's permit pursuant to a contract with Loveless Community HMO, which is also sometimes known as Loveless Community Health Plan. Do you
Yes,
have a
yes.
contract with Loveless Community Health Plan?
I don't think we do that anymore, no.
Okay.
At one time, I guess we did, but I don't think we do that anymore, no.
Okay. Are
Sorry,
you
can I just,
getting,
Ms. Jeffries, one second. Yeah, I just want to interject real quickly. Mr. Landers, I think that there's some other people there with you. Would you mind just identifying for me who else is sitting in the room there with you?
Missy Gutierrez, she's here. She's my secretary. And her husband.
Okay, and I think when Ms. Jeffries asked you the last question, there may have been, I heard a noise that sounded like one of the other witnesses or a person in the room spoke to you. I would really prefer, sir, that you just answer the questions however you can, and the assistants in the room there remain quiet. It's meant to be your testimony, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody. Just it's important that the testimony come entirely from you.
Okay, I think you might have heard somebody come in the other office there. We've closed the door now, so we don't have any interference with anybody else.
Very good. If you don't know the answers to any questions, Mr. Landers, you just say, I don't know.
Sure.
Answer however the best you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay, so we also have permit number 54460, which was issued pursuant to a 1995 contract with the Human Services Department, New Mexico Human Services Department. Do you still have a contract with New Mexico Human Services Department?
No,
So are you providing Medicaid recipient non-emergency transportation?
yes, we do that. Yeah.
Yes. And you're doing that in the taxi vehicles that are marked 51925?
Yeah, all my taxes are the same. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Landers, is the Office for Quick and Easy Record Service shared with the American Transportation Group?
Yes.
It's all the same office?
It's the same office. Yes.
And how often are you present in the office?
I don't go in there daily anymore. As of about last month, I've lost the use of my legs, so I don't get around very much anymore.
Okay. Would you say you're in there weekly?
Yeah, weekly would be a pretty good figure. Yes.
Okay. And at some point, you decided to provide younger Miss Torres, Sierra, I believe is how we say that name, Sierra Torres, with a vehicle from your fleet. Do you recall doing that?
I think I gave her or sold her a vehicle.
Yeah. Can you describe for me what steps were taken in the process of giving her that vehicle?
Oh, we just signed the title over to her.
And did she get the keys?
Oh, yeah, she gets the keys. Yeah.
And when did she get the car?
I don't recall what day. It's been quite a while ago. I don't recall the date. No.
Okay. Was she there with you when you signed the agreement?
What
give her
agreement are you
the
talking
car.
about?
The agreement to give her the car. When you signed
yeah.
it, was she there to sign it as well?
Yeah, she would be there. Yes. I signed the title over to her. Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
I signed the title over to her. Yes.
You
To the
signed the
vehicle.
title. Okay. Mr. Landers, I would like you to look at one of our exhibits, which is staff exhibit number 7. It's the MVD form 10018. And if you need someone to help get that in front of you, that's fine.
Yeah, we're doing that right now.
Okay.
I don't know if I have that form. I don't have it. Motor vehicle form. Give me just a minute, I'll find it.
That's fine.
I can also share the screen if that's useful.
Yes, can you do that?
Yeah. Let me get that up.
That motor vehicle gift form.
Staff 7. Share screen, screen 3, share. Is that visible enough, Ms. Jeffries?
Yes, it would be nice if we could scroll down to the bottom part of that form.
If I zoom out, it'll be further away for him. So I think having it big would be useful.
Okay. So, Mr. Landers, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Is that your signature on the document on the left side?
It must be.
Do you recall having a discussion with Tanya Ortega about this document?
No. I don't recall any discussion. Could have had, but I don't recall it necessarily, no.
Did you
Wait.
allow her to sign for you on this document?
Well, usually I sign it myself. I don't know why I would have her do it when I can do it.
But sorry, Ms. Jeffries, if I can just interject one question. So Mr. Landers, we really do need you to answer that question as much as and as clearly as possible. It's a fairly straightforward one. There's on the affidavit of donor there on the left-hand side,
Yeah,
there is a signature of gift donor and then a date.
yeah.
The question Ms. Jeffries asked, and I do need you to answer it definitively, is that your signature?
It looks like my signature, yes.
Okay.
So did Tanya Ortega work for you at this time?
At that time, she probably did, yes.
Okay, it appears that you signed on the date indicated, which is May 2nd, 2022. And she notarized your signature. Oh, I guess it's also May 2nd. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. But on the right side, we can see that there's not a signature for Sierra Torres. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, yes, I see where she didn't sign it, yes.
Are the audio troubles on my end or?
Yeah, no, it was a little messed up. It sounds like the bandwidth is low. That's what happens when there's like a bottleneck. There may not be anything he can do about that.
Okay.
Yes, I see where Sarah didn't sign it, yes, I can see
Yeah.
that.
So why would Tanya Ortega have notarized a form without the signature that's required on that form?
Well, it could have been sitting at my desk at the same time we were doing everything, and she just had the paper to notarize it, and then Sarah signed it after that. I'm not sure about that, but that would be what I suspect happened.
Okay. Did you ever, in your time visiting the office there, see Sierra Torres doing duties around the office? Like picking up trash or
No,
filing paperwork?
she was never an employee.
So my question is, have you ever seen her there doing any kind of tasks in the office?
No, she's been in my office, but I've never seen her doing any work here or any volunteer work or paid work or any kind of work.
Have you seen her sitting at a desk at the office?
Well, that's the only chairs I got here in my office. So if she's sitting in a chair, she was probably sitting at a desk.
And how often would you say that you do see her in the office?
Oh, very seldom. No more than once or twice a month. Very seldom.
Okay. Now, is your testimony, Mr. Landers, that you did not know that the lettering was still on the van that you had given to Sierra Torres? Is that right?
That's correct. Usually our procedure is here, I have a 4-bay garage and I send the vehicle there for the lettering to be removed. And my girl that runs that down there, it's a kind of a labor thing. She sends it to my car wash guy that's usually not very busy to remove any lettering that's on vehicles that I want removed. That's normally the procedure.
And is the car wash guy there, is that Juan Padilla?
Yes,
So he would be removing the lettering then?
yes, yes.
Okay. And you also testified that had you known that she was driving with the lettering still on, that you would have taken the vehicle back because you have tow vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes. I would probably give her a day or two to get the letter removed or take the vehicle back.
Okay, so we had testimony from Michelle Torres indicating that she contacted you by text to let you know that Sierra had an incident with police officers because she was attempting to remove the lettering on the van. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall that she was at her house trying to remove the lettering and the police officers questioned her about it. Yes, I recall that conversation we had.
Did the police officers talk to you at that time?
No,
Okay, so you got the news from Michelle Torres?
I believe that's who told me about it. Yes.
Okay. And did you direct Michelle at that time to have the lettering taken off the van?
Well, I just assumed that they were doing that. I don't know that I specifically told her to do it, but I just assumed that they were doing it. Yes.
So did you make any efforts to go and reclaim that vehicle or to tow the vehicle?
No.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Landers, my name is Christopher Ryan. I'm a hearing examiner. I'm just gonna have some questions for you.
Sure.
My job in all of this is to just help the commissioners understand what happened here and create a full record so that they can make decisions that are based on as much evidence as possible. I wanted to ask you, I hope you don't mind when you start here, what's your age, sir?
Say that again.
What is your age?
90.
You're 90 years old.
90, yeah.
You know, the older I get, the more I'm aware that if you make it to 90, you've done something right in life.
That's probably true, yeah. Maybe I'd make it to 91.
I hope you do. I was my my grammar school history teacher who used to tell us every day above ground is a good one. And,
You're right there.
You understood that. Any case, so as I was, and I'm just asking some general questions here to try to get a picture of you and your businesses really. Nothing, I don't mean to be prying into your personal life or anything, but when I was reviewing the record, it occurred to me that you are quite the entrepreneur there in Socorro. You have several businesses.
I do, yes.
And you have 24 employees, is that correct?
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
Are you, how do you obtain employees? Like where do you find folks to work for you?
Well, of course, Socorro's a small town. I know a lot of people here. And when there's an opportunity to hire someone, it's usually out on the street before I know about it. So they come in and ask for employment. And I know most of the people and merchants here in town. So that's kind of how I run into my employees.
And you have the American Transportation, otherwise sometimes also known as Socorro Taxi, right?
Yes, yes,
And then you have Quick and Easy Wrecker Service.
I do, yes.
And am I understanding correctly? That's co-owned with Mr. Padilla? Am I mistaken about that? Or is it Mr. Tim Gutierrez?
Tim Gutierrez, yeah.
He co-owns Quick and Easy Wrecker Service, or he owns the vehicle? What's the relationship there between in that
It's a
company?
50-50. It's just a 50-50 ownership.
50-50 ownership of Quick and Easy. And you said in your testimony that you opened, you own the bar in town, a bar in town. I don't know how many bars are in Socorro.
Well, I own the building in it, and I've leased the bar and restaurant out, but I own the building.
Okay. And you have a car wash as well. That's Jess's Car Wash.
I do have a car wash, yes.
That's where Mr. Juan Padilla reference in this case works.
Yes.
Does Mr. Padilla do any other tasks for you aside from working
No.
at the car wash?
No, that's just working at the car wash, taking care of it, yes.
What is his job duties at the car wash?
They're just to maintain the equipment, make sure everything's working, and make sure the change machine, we have a change machine so they can put their dollar bills in and get quarters back out to put in the machines. Just make sure the car wash is working.
How many employees at the car wash? Is it just Mr. Padilla or are there others?
We only have one employee there now.
Is Mr. Padilla still the employee there or no longer?
Yes, yeah,
Mr. Padilla is still the employee there.
yeah.
Okay, so those are the American Transportation, Quick and Easy, Jess's Car Wash, the building that houses the bar. Do you have other business ventures in Socorro, or is that all of it?
That's pretty much all of it, I guess. Taxi cab company, I own that.
Taxi
Record
cab company. Okay.
record
Socorro
company.
Taxi, is that what you said? You mean Socorro Taxi?
Yes, Socorro Taxi, I own that, yes.
Okay. And can you just, I'm curious, like what is the net income that you receive from all of those businesses?
I think last year my income I reported to the IRS is over $90,000.
90,000. Okay. And do you obviously you must comply with state laws in terms of minimum wage and for your employees, but what's your sort of philosophy about compensating them?
Well, I try to make sure they're well compensated for what work they do. And I think all my employees are paid more than minimum wage.
And it sounds like, several of the individuals at issue in this case who've offered testimony state that they've worked for you for a number of years. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
And do is that, I mean, is it generally, do you find the folks who work for you are loyal employees?
Yeah, yes.
You know, one of the big questions here was, and you answered it in a way I thought that was, struck me as very honest. You know, you don't understand why Juan Padilla is saying the things he's saying. Have you had any additional insight about that question?
No, I just think he was kind of coached along what he was saying by someone.
You think he was coaxed
Yes,
into saying thing?
yes.
Can you elaborate on that? Do you have like a sort of a concrete notion of why and who would be coaxing him?
Well, I think maybe it was our local police chief, Angel. He seemed to have a vendetta against me for some reason. And I think he was the one kind of coaching that. I don't know that for sure. That's just what I suspect.
That's what you suspect. Is why would the chief of police have an issue with you?
I don't know. We've had a couple of problems with that, and I never could understand why I would have a problem with him. But he's a very difficult man to deal with, and he's got police powers, and he's the big dog in town. And he wants you to know it.
Does he have other? I mean, is he as a businessman as well, or is he just solely a police officer and that's his
Well,
business?
I know he's just a police officer, but I don't know. I don't know what else he has in town.
Do you have? So just for clarity, you're saying you said it was you suspected this, but you don't necessarily have any hard proof or anything you could
No.
point me to establish that Chief Garcia prompted Mr. Padilla to say these things.
No, I don't know. I just suspect that. I don't know that, but I suspect it.
Okay. Do you manage all your own finances?
The what?
Do you manage all of your own finances?
Oh, yes, yes.
Does anyone do that work for you?
Well, I have office staff here that takes care of all the paperwork and things that I need to be done. They sign my checks, they write my checks for whatever needs to be paid and collects my money that I get from, I own several businesses where I get income off of.
And I guess kind of where I'm going with the question is really to try to understand your daily involvement with the American transportation. Miss Jeffries asked you some questions about how often you're going into the business. And I believe you said weekly.
Yes.
How much time do you spend just reviewing the paperwork and documents associated with that business?
Well, I come in usually on a Monday if I can. And I spend maybe 3 hours in the office, 4 hours, half a day.
And what do you do during that time?
I'll review anything that would need to be come in. Look at my bank accounts, make sure everything's getting paid. Review, open my mail, make sure I know what's going on with my mail, make sure everything's taken care of. Rather just take care of business.
Are you married or do you still have a spouse
Widowed.
or
Widowed.
widowed?
Widowed.
Okay. Could you describe the circumstances that led to the termination of Tanya Ortega?
Well, she ended up stealing from me. And when I found that out, then I had to terminate her.
Has that happened with other employees of yours?
Not that I know of, no.
How long did that go on before you discovered it?
A couple of 3 years, quite a bit of money is involved in this, yes.
You mind telling me how much money you think?
Do you know how much it is now?
I don't need an exact figure. If you could just have an estimate, I'm just trying to gauge the
Let's say 200,000.
200,000.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, it's quite a bit of money. Yeah.
How is Miss Ortega capable of siphoning that much money from you?
Well, I deal a lot of money here in my office, so it was easy to siphon that off without me knowing it. Quite a bit of money, though. It's been turned over to the state police investigating, but I think I'm going to take her to court
Okay,
and get a judgment against her. And I know she's working, so once I get that judgment, I'll get part of her paycheck.
okay. And if was she able to, I mean, how, in the end, do you have any insight into how she tricked you? Do you feel tricked by her?
Say that again.
Did you feel like she tricked you? Was she able, my parents had I'll just, to give you context for the question, my parents hired a contractor, and they hired the nightmare contractor to rebuild their house. I regret it to this day. My mom passed from cancer recently. But my memory, I trust no one in this world anymore after that experience.
Well,
And
if you want to run a business like I do, as many businesses as much as I do, you have to have employees that you trust. And all my employees I've never had a trouble with the employees until I got a hold of Tanya.
okay, so
And she's been a crook.
but what did she do? How did she deceive you? How did she pull that off?
Well, the way our business runs here, she takes care of that, collecting money, paying my bills and whatever. So she was able to siphon that off.
Okay. How did you come to know Sierra Torres?
Sierra Torres through her
Yeah.
mother. Through her mother.
And and if I understand correctly, this Michelle Torres, I might have said this earlier, she's worked for you for a number of years, correct?
Yes, I've known her for a lot of years. Yes.
Okay. And so, did you know Sierra Torres when she was like a baby?
Yeah, just I think she must have been around 10 years old when I first
Met her?
Her mother, yeah.
Okay, and then her mother, how long after you met Sierra's mother did Miss Michelle Torres start working for you?
Oh, I think kind of right away. She's worked for me for several years now.
I want to ask the question delicately, and I bring it up only because it was actually raised as a matter in the testimony that your employees submitted in this case. But there was at least reference to the possibility that you and Miss Michelle Torres were romantically involved.
No.
Is there any credit to that?
No. No romance.
No romance.
I'm 90 years old, so romantic days for me is over with.
Well, I'm only 45, and I oftentimes feel like I'm heading in that direction too. The cruelty of time. Certainly. Yeah. All right. So anywhere I see references to, connections between you and Miss Michelle Torres romantically, your position is that's nonsense.
That's nonsense. Yeah.
Okay. Do Michelle and Sierra have a decent relationship? Do you know?
Does what now?
Does Miss Michelle Torres and Sierra Torres have a good relationship? As far as you're aware.
They get along pretty good. Yeah, I think they get along pretty good with each other.
Okay. There was an allegation in staff's testimony that part of the reason this whole event happened is because Miss Michelle Torres dislikes people criticizing her daughter. Is that true? As far as you're aware?
I don't know anything about that. No, I'm not aware of anything about that.
Well, if you ever had to communicate with Michelle about her daughter, did she seem amenable to, guidance or direction? Hey, why don't you have Sierra do this? Why don't you have Sierra do that? Were you
No,
may
no, I don't know anything about that, no.
okay. All right. So one question I have for you is I saw in several places in the testimony in this case, and you obviously this is your business and you own that vehicle. And you said this, you as a matter of procedure have the vehicle letters removed when you sell or donate. Is that your position? That's what you normally do?
It's what we normally get done, yeah.
And could you just explain to me why? Why do you do that? I can imagine an answer, but I'd like to hear you say why.
I don't know, just, I don't need a bunch of vehicles running around with my lettering on it. At one time I had a vehicle, I had a taxi, one of my taxi companies working out of Clovis, New Mexico. And he was servicing Clovis and Portales. And I had the sheriff call me up and see if I had a stolen vehicle, because I had one of my taxis over there. So I kind of, if my taxis are being used out of Socorro area here, I need to know about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I also assume, if you're the owner of this business and someone were to be driving around in one of your vehicles and,
Yeah.
I don't know, cause an accident or, this exact case, I mean, it's kind of an illustration of maybe why. I mean,
Yeah.
it just seems, is there any reason why you would want the name still on the car that you can think of? If it's not yours anymore?
No reason to leave it, and no reason to leave it on the car. Because if something happens and somebody sees it on the road, they're going to blame me
Right,
if the car don't belong to me anymore. Yeah.
right. Okay. So then that's why I was curious when I saw multiple statements in the testimony here where people were trying to say, oh, well, we tried to get the lettering off, but we didn't want to damage the paint. And my response to that was, well, who gives a damn about the paint? Get those letters off.
Yeah.
Is that a reasonable thing to think?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So how come that didn't happen?
I just don't know why that never got done. I think we sent it to get done for some reason. It didn't get done. I don't know.
Well, I think that's the crux of the case in some ways, Mr. Landers.
Yeah.
Do you believe, is it a possibility someone in your organization didn't want it done?
I don't know why anybody would want that. No.
Okay. So one of the questions I asked our investigator Crispín here, and I'm curious, since it sounds like you've had varying transportation businesses, and I'm sure the commissioners are thinking about this. Would you support the commission either trying to amend the statutes or create regulations that say any motor carrier who sells or donates a vehicle has to remove their operating, name and license, PRC license numbers from vehicles? Would you support that?
I wouldn't have any objection to it.
Do you think that's a good idea? Is that a decent policy to impose?
Well, I just wouldn't have any objection to it if it ever come up. I don't know why somebody would want to do it or
Right.
wouldn't want to do it, but I just don't have any thoughts about that.
Okay. And so let me just, and I know you said this earlier, that it is your policy to remove the vehicle letters, and you described the process I asked you in your supplemental testimony. Just basically go through it. And I just want to restate that to make sure I understand the process. But you described in your testimony that you first tell Hannah Cooper,
Yeah.
Who is in charge of your garage, is that right?
Yes, it's a 4-bay garage. Yeah. Commercial garage. Yeah.
Okay. And you tell her, hey, remove the letters from this vehicle.
Yeah.
And then is it your understanding that Hannah Cooper actually does the work, or does you understand that she tells somebody else to do it?
Well, my understanding on how this happened, I asked her to get it removed. It's a labor intensive thing. It takes a lot of labor. And so the guy at the car wash is just sitting up there most of the time. So she sends it up to the car wash and asks them to remove them. That's sort of a procedure that we go
Okay.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm having trouble there.
yeah, sorry, Mr. Landers, it was just the audio cut out a little bit, and that it's not you, it's likely the data coming through the internet. So maybe could you just restate when you started describing to me what you tell Hannah Cooper? Can you just restate your answer?
Yeah, I asked Hannah to get the littering removed, and it's a labor intensive thing. So she sends it to the car wash and asks him to remove the litter because he's sitting up there not doing much at all. So
Okay, and by him, he that him is Juan Padilla. So it's your understanding that Hannah gives it to Juan because Juan has the time and ability to do it.
yes, yeah,
Is that the standard protocol that gets followed as far as you're aware?
I think that's the standard procedures. Yeah, we go through. Yeah,
And then if I understand correctly, in this case, though, an individual by the name of Matt Lucero got involved.
yeah. He was working at the car wash
He worked at the car wash at one time.
at one time. He was up there. Yeah.
Did you hire Mr. Lucero, or was he?
I'm not sure whether I hired him or whether he was just up there hanging around.
Okay, so do you have people at your businesses who aren't necessarily employees, but that just do
go
work for you?
They go up there quite a bit, just hanging around.
Okay. Do you think moving forward, you're going to make sure before you donate or sell any vehicles that your company's name and PRC operating numbers are removed?
Yes, I'll have to see that myself. Yes.
You'll personally
Yes.
verify that's done.
I'll have to see that myself. Yes.
Okay. I'd asked in one of the bench requests if you were familiar with an incident involving Michelle Torres's sister.
Yeah.
It was an arrest. Are you familiar with that?
No. Say that again now.
So I asked you in the bench requests if you were familiar with the arrest of Nancy Torres, Michelle Torres's sister, for a crime. Do you remember me asking you that question in the testimony or in the bench request that I issued for you?
I remember when that come up, but I don't know anything about it. No, I was
You don't
never
know it?
hearing about it. I had no idea about what it was all about.
Did you know Nancy Torres?
I know Nancy. Yes.
She's an employee of yours, yes?
Yes. Yeah. Driver. Yeah.
Driver. And she is Michelle's sister?
Yeah.
And Michelle is your manager of your American Transportation?
Yes.
And Michelle, does she do any other work for you except manage American Transportation?
No, that's pretty much what she does. Yeah.
Okay. It struck me that, again, I understand these are just allegations, that Nancy Torres was charged with something. Sierra Torres is now charged with something. As the employer of these people, does this give you any pause?
Well, I say that again. Now, what's your question?
My question is, both Nancy Torres has been charged with a crime and Sierra Torres has been charged with a crime. Does that make you uneasy as the employer of Nancy Torres and then the mother of Sierra? Do you have concerns about that?
Well, Nancy Torres, I would be concerned about that. I don't know what she's been charged with though.
Mr. Hearing Officer, can I object?
Yeah, I understand. I just, well, I understand your objection.
Can I make it for the record?
Sure, you have, it's on the record, yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't say the reason for it.
Sure.
She has not been charged. She was arrested. It's been 6 months. There have been no charges filed against her. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Heideke. All right. Do you have a cell phone, Mr. Landers?
Yes,
And so, Miss Michelle Torres, she did alert you on April 22nd of 2022 that Sierra had a vehicle with American Transportation and a PRC operating number on it. Do you remember receiving those texts?
I think I remember that. Yes, I recall something about that. Yeah.
Well, Michelle had submitted the texts in this case as evidence to show that there was efforts by your company to remove the lettering and the PRC number.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fair based on that to infer that you knew a year ahead of when this vehicle was utilized in the illegal way, that she had this vehicle. And it must be the case, right?
Well, my understanding there's been several attempts to remove it, and they get it, and then they need to use the vehicle, so they would get the vehicle and use it back again, and take it back to have the letter removed, and it never got removed 100%.
So that part where you were saying that they told you that they needed it, were they informing you as
Yeah.
over time, like, hey, we tried but it failed, we tried but it failed? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And how do you have that understanding?
Well, my understanding was that they was attempting to remove the lettering, and then they need to use the vehicle. So they use the vehicle, and then they take it back and attempt to remove the lettering more, and then they need to use the vehicle again. So eventually it didn't get removed 100%.
So it sounds like you were aware, basically beginning from April 22 onward,
Yeah,
that Sierra had this vehicle.
that they were attempting to remove it. Yeah.
And you said in your testimony that had you known if Sierra had the vehicle, you would have just summoned your own tow truck to take it away from her.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. She didn't do it. I'd take the vehicle back.
But
She
you didn't.
wanted-
But it sounds like you didn't, Mr. Landers. And I'm just trying to understand, if you did know that she had the vehicle with the lettering, why didn't you just take it back?
Well, my assumption on that was they were removing the lettering, so I didn't need to do anything if they were still removing the lettering on the vehicle, and I just assumed that they had got it all off.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Landers, for talking with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, no, sir, we have some, we'll have further questions from other folks participating. Mr. Heidke at this point will, I'm sure, want to do redirect.
Thank you. Just one question for clarification. Mr. Landers, do you run a taxi service? Did we lose him?
Well, it says now it's unmuted, but now we can't hear him, which is interesting because when he was muted, we could hear him.
I think when he was talking, we were hearing him through the Melissa Gutierrez screen.
Phone?
It would light up there.
Oh, maybe.
Mr. Landers, can you hear us?
The computer he was on died.
Is that, was it a laptop or something as you're,
Yeah, it's a laptop. So just, they're working on it right now. They're plugging it in. Sorry.
all right, well, why don't we take a 5-minute break here and hopefully by the time we come back, Mr. Heike, maybe you can stay on and make sure his stuff works.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, we'll go off the record for 5 minutes.
All right, yeah, we hear you. Okay. Can you just move the camera down so we can see Jess better? There you go. All right, you want to kill the other feed? We don't need 2 feeds of Jess. Oh, as much as I like seeing him, I don't need him in stereo.
Did I get it?
Yeah, you're fine. All right, Jess, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, good. Let me see here. Can you see me now?
I can see you, yeah.
All right.
On your face, yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. The feeling is mutual. All right, I'm going to stop the video. You can take a break
Okay.
if you need to. All right.
They're trying, they're gonna say this is. No. Good job.
What's that green thing there?
It's her, they do little cosplays. It's part of her costume. I don't really know what it is. I think it's supposed to be like a bamboo stick.
Do you have, did Kim change her number?
Huh?
Did Kim change her number?
What number?
Kim
Kim
Starks?
Starks, did she change her phone number?
Change my phone number?
No, did she change her phone number?
Kim?
Yeah,
Not that I know of, but let me see what I've got.
yeah.
Kimberly is 907
Hold on, 575.
1530.
Hold on.
Did we repair Mr. Landers? Before we go online, before we go back on the record, Mr. Landers, you're back with us by audio?
Yes, Judge, we had to swap out computers.
I saw him, his mouth was moving a moment ago, but I couldn't hear audio.
Can you tell them?
Mr. Landers, can you hear us? Yeah, we can't hear him.
Can you have them unmute you, Jess?
Can hear you.
There we
There we
go.
go.
Okay,
Jackie, can
Mr. Heike, your video's off. Okay, great, you come back in, it looks like. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Gonzalez.
I'm here, yes.
Mr. Heike,
I have no follow-up.
Ms. Jeffries,
Yeah, I have some. Mr. Landers, it was your testimony that the quick and easy record service.
Android has no storage
Yes.
space. Please clean up now. Storage full. Clean up one tab. Is your Android running still? Why not try this app? It will help you clean the junk.
Yeah, say that again. We got
Yeah,
interrupted.
I'll start over. So it was your testimony that the Quick and Easy Wrecker Service LLC is a 50-50 ownership between you and Tim Gutierrez.
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever submit any records regarding that transfer to the PRC?
I don't recall doing that, no.
When did that transfer occur?
January 1st.
Okay, first year, January 1st,
Of this year?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to do this for the record. Did I hear someone in the room with Mr. Landers supply an answer to Mr. Landers?
Yes,
Who was it that supplied you that answer, Mr. Landers?
Tim Gutierrez.
Okay. I need the individuals who are assisting Mr. Landers with the technology. I understand the need to have that, but Mr. Landers needs to answer as Mr. Landers understands the answers to the questions.
Yeah.
If Tim Gutierrez has testimony to offer, he will be able to offer it. If Mr. Landers does not know the answers to the questions, he just needs to say, I don't know. Okay, Mr. Landers?
Yeah.
So the two people in the room with you there should not be speaking during this time. Continue, Ms.
Okay.
Jeffries.
Thank you. So, Mr. Landers, it was also your testimony that the Quick and Easy Wrecker Service vehicles are in the name of the company and of Tim Gutierrez. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So if Tim Gutierrez owns 50% of the company, why is his name personally on the company vehicles?
Say that again now.
If Tim Gutierrez owns 50% of the company, why do the vehicle titles need to be in the name of Tim Gutierrez?
Well, I'm not sure why that happened. I'm not sure why that happened.
When did you put the names of the vehicles for Quick and Easy Record into Tim Gutierrez's name?
I think maybe around the first of the year, somewhere in there.
Of this year?
I'm not sure.
Was it 2023?
Yes, that would have been about right, yeah.
And did you file any change of ownership records with the Secretary of State regarding the business?
No, I didn't, no. I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. Did you change the contact information for any of your businesses?
Judge, I'm
Yeah.
going to object.
Okay.
Relevance?
Basis, relevance.
Yeah, what's the relevance of this in this proceeding? We're here on safety violations allegedly, and the participation in a drug organization. And now we're being questioned about the transfer and whether the documentation was done correctly. It's not relevant.
It's Jeffries.
These are compliance issues, and it also goes to the notices that we're providing to the contact of record, which we have it. The email, Jess at Socorro Taxi, I think it's .com.
I think the objection as to the questions, I mean, I understand where you're going, Ms. Jeffries. My sense is that that's likely something for another day. The business with the contact information, that's a very discrete question. That seems perfectly permissible.
Okay.
So if you want to ask him, I mean, that's there would be useful to know too. I mean, if they have the correct contact information for this company up, I mean, I don't know if they do or don't.
Well, that got the objection.
Yeah, no, but I think that was the last question in a string of questions that sort of
Okay.
led to the objection.
Okay.
Am I being correct, Mr. Heidke?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Landers, what is the contact information that you currently utilize to get notices from PRC?
I guess it's I'm not sure what that was. Say that question again there.
Do you have an email address with PRC for the notices that they're required to provide you with?
Yes, Jess@SocorroTaxi.com.
And the Socorro Taxi, is it a Socorro Taxi Incorporated? Is it a corporation?
LLC.
It's an LLC. And then you're doing business as American Transportation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Landers, thank you for joining us today, sir. Appreciate your time.
Have a good day.
Thank
You
you.
as well. Mr. Heike, I think we were going to have Ms. Torres next. Ms. Gonzalez, you could swear Ms. Torres in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Did you prepare testimony in this case?
Yes,
Is that exhibit 19, 22, and 34?
yes,
Did you review those documents?
yes,
And were they prepared under your supervision?
yes.
Are there any changes or corrections that need to be made to your testimony?
Yes, I believe number 34.
Okay, and what change needs to be made?
It has a different name, but it's supposed to be my signature. It was a typing error.
And is that the signature line that is incorrect?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it needs to be your name, not Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the only correction that needs to be made?
Yes,
Okay, and if I ask you those same questions today, would you provide the same answers as you provided in that documentation?
yes, sir.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, are those answers true and correct?
Yes,
And do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
yes,
Okay, and I move for admission of exhibits 19, 22, and 34.
Jeffries, any objection?
Yeah, objection 22 relevance. It's an email to her attorney.
Let me pull that up real quickly.
Respondents exhibit 22. Vehicle list.
Vehicle list. It's a Gmail, it's an email on Gmail. And sorry, so now this, can you just make an offer of proof here, Mr. Heike? What is this? What is this document and what is its purpose?
Yes, sir. That was a document that was provided in response to the staff's allegation that that the company failed to provide a vehicle list and that the vehicle in question was possibly still in their fleet. And so this document was provided to show that the vehicle in question was not provided, was not part of the fleet of American Transportation.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection and allow it in. Anything else?
And-
Ms.? Go ahead,
And
Mr. Heike.
if I may, I forgot one of her documents, which would
Okay.
be Respondents Exhibit 20, which is the April 22, 2022 text message.
Okay. So to recap, it's 19, 21, 22, 32, and 30. No, not 32. Sorry. Just, oh, I may have messed that up. 19, 21, 22, and 34.
19. Could you give that to me again, sir?
No, that's okay. 19,
Uh-huh.
that's direct testimony of Michelle Torres.
Yes,
21 was the second declaration of Michelle Torres.
yes,
22 is the vehicle list.
yes,
And then 34 was the bench request direct testimony of Michelle Torres.
yes, and 20.
And 20. April 22nd text message. Okay. All right, Ms. Jeffries, any further objections beyond the vehicle list?
No,
Okay, so then respondents exhibit 19, 20, 21, 22, and 34 are admitted.
I pass the witness.
Ms. Jeffries.
okay. Ms. Torres, I'm going to ask you some questions. And I'd like you to start by looking at Respondents Exhibit 22, the vehicle list.
Okay. Looking at it,
What is the date of this?
date of this is I don't see a date on here.
Okay, is this the way records are normally kept in the Gmail system for your vehicles?
This, yes, this is exactly how we send in the roster for secure. We have to do this every month. This is every vehicle that we have running, up and running. So,
Go ahead.
so it was created, this list was created, this van right here, the second one down, if you can read that. VIN ending in P9, or the license plate P955, that was created on the 21st. It was modified April. So this was finished on April 19th, because it had to be sent into secure by March.
So you are inputting this data yourself
Yes, ma'am.
and you're inputting it into a Gmail system?
No.
Okay,
This particular list, I just copied and pasted
but where is it normally kept?
in my computer at work.
In your computer at work?
Yes,
All right. And when you copied and pasted, did you copy and paste the full extent of the records in that database?
yes, it looks like it.
Okay, so do you keep records of the equipment that's placed out of service?
I'm sorry.
Is that
Could you repeat that?
database also a place where you keep the records of vehicles which are out of service?
That we no longer use, no longer have? I don't understand your question.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay, why do I not see them here?
Well, you wouldn't see them here because they're not in service. This is the vehicle list we have in service.
Okay, where are the records for the other vehicles?
Objection, Judge, relevant?
Overruled. If I understand the testimony, and the witness can correct, but what I've heard so far is that there's this list, which is all the active vehicles. And Ms. Torres, you can correct me if I've misunderstood you, but I believe this is why Ms. Jeffries asked the question she did. I heard you say that there is a list of non-used vehicles that exists. And then Ms. Jeffries' natural next question was, well, where is that list? So perhaps if you need to clarify your responses, Ms. Torres, or simply just answer the question, is there a vehicle donated sold list that you guys have?
We have a drawer, yeah. That we keep them when we get rid of them. Dispose of.
Sorry, so you have a drawer? Is that what you said?
A file drawer, yes, in the office of Jess that we keep.
Okay.
Were the files in the file drawer provided to the investigator when he was there?
He asked for them. I showed him my computer screen, asked if I wanted to print out, and he said no and looked away. He never asked me for them.
Okay, so my question is, were the files that are in the file drawer provided to the investigator when he was there?
They were never asked for.
Did he ask for vehicle records?
No.
Okay. So did you show him any vehicle records?
I showed him a screen of vehicles that we have.
And why would you do that?
He asked me for them and I told him, would he like me to print them out? He said no.
Okay, so he asked you for vehicle records.
He asked me if I had a vehicle list and I said, yes, we do. He glanced at my screen and said, okay, and that's it.
Okay, and this that you provided was sort of a screenshot from a larger database of records?
I'm not understanding your question.
The email that you sent to your attorney, you said you got that information regarding the vehicles from a database that's somewhere else on your computer. Was this the entire contents of the database in this email?
Asked and answered.
I don't remember the answer. I'll overrule that. Go ahead.
I still don't understand what you're.
All right, let me ask in a different way. If we were to go to the other database that you keep in your computer where you have records of vehicles, would we find more than what's presented in this email?
No, because this is the only thing that I keep the vehicle list in. The roster
is, sorry, go ahead.
is the roster that we upload for secure. That lists all the vehicles,
For
all the
secure,
drivers.
who is secure?
So the insurance that we work for.
Okay, so you're sending this to the insurance company.
Yes.
Okay, so where do you keep the vehicle list for the PRC requirements?
And wait, could you repeat that?
So you make this list for the insurance company to show which vehicles you need to have coverage under your insurance. Is that correct?
Yeah, what vehicles are on the road, yeah.
Okay, so where are your vehicle lists that you're required to maintain for the PRC?
In a file box, assuming at work?
I'm sorry, repeat, please.
In a file box at work?
And so when the investigator asked you for vehicle records, you didn't take him to show him the file box.
He didn't ask to see them.
Okay.
He asked me if we had them. I said, yes, it's right here. He looked at it, the screen, and looked away. Never asked me another question about it.
Okay, so the PRC investigator asked you for vehicle records and you showed him a screen
Objection, Judge.
of
Yeah,
what, of
what's
this
the nature?
email.
Wait, just Nate, what's the objection first? We do it orderly. Go ahead,
Judge,
Mr. Heike.
I'm sorry, hearing officer, this question's been asked about 4 times already. And so asked and answered.
All right, Ms. Jeffries, let's,
I'm trying to get to whether the screen that she showed him is this email that she had written to her attorney, or if it was the other system that's in her computer. It's not clear to me.
Well, may I respond?
yes.
I mean, she may not like the answer she's getting, but it's been asked and answered.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Heike, Ms. Jeffries, but to the extent to which you are confused, so am I.
Okay,
That is the natural state to be in, given the answers we've received so far.
okay. All right, well, let's move on. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at staff exhibit number 19. I'm going to need a minute to pull it up myself. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, did you assist with any of these answers?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
So there are questions and answers on this page. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you assist in any way with the development of the answers that are there?
Oh, yes.
Okay, which ones?
Mm. There's quite a few. Hold on. Probably, or more than likely, number, let me see. You know what? I don't hold on. I don't know. Wait a minute, please. And what was your question again? I'm sorry. I got confused.
Did you assist with any of the answers to these questions?
Could you explain that, please?
There are questions on the page and there are answers on the page. Did you assist with the responses, the answers that are on the page?
Yes.
Which ones?
Going up, I would say number 4 or request number 4.
Any others? Ms. Torres, are you currently taking any medication that may be affecting your thought process?
I'm sorry?
Are you currently on any medication that may be affecting your thought process?
No,
Do you have any medical conditions that may be affecting your thought process?
no, other than, yeah, anxiety.
Anxiety.
Mhm. I'm just going through things slow so I can make sure I'm reading it right.
Okay, why don't we go through them one by one? I think that might be more effective. So the first question asks about current insurance carrier names, dates, description of coverage. And the answer was see attached. And attached was provided certificates of liability. Did you assist in providing those certificates of liability?
Probably so, yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so the next question is asking for a description of the standard procedures for gift or sale of a fleet vehicle to a member of the public. And here it was asking for details, who fills out the paperwork, where those transactions are recorded and in what detail, when the vehicles are transferred to the custody of the new owner, and when the business names and PRC numbers are typically removed. Did you assist in creating the response to that question?
Yes.
Okay, so the answer here it's not fully responsive to the question. So I'd like to go over the pieces with you. So what the answer says is that when the vehicles are gifted or sold, Jess Landers signs the title and has one of the girls in the office fill out either the bill of sale or affidavit of gift, and then notarize if needed with both parties present. The new owner has the responsibility of taking the paperwork to MVD. On some occasions, Jess has letters removed if the shop has time and or is able to. If not, he leaves it up to the new owner. Do you agree that that's the process?
Yes, yes. When it just signs the titles, he definitely always signs the title himself. Okay. If he wants to gift a vehicle, he does that sometimes, and sometimes we'll have the girls fill it out. Yes. Sometimes he fills it out. Yes. The once title signed, the new owner, the new owner of the vehicle, so they have to take the work to the MPD, get it insured and registered. And some of the newer vans in the fleet have been taken to the shop. This the past year maybe or so has just started happening, with the vehicles being apparently sent to the shop to have the letters removed. Because they're really new and they're really easy to get off and or put on, because Hannah Cooper puts them on.
So your testimony is that this is a new process to have the vehicles go to the shop to have the letters removed?
Yes.
And for how long has that been the new policy?
I would say probably, from what I'm learning now, maybe a year.
Okay, so
There's been,
you disagree with the testimony of Mr. Landers that has been the process?
no. What do you mean am I disagreeing?
Mr. Landers testified that it is the process to have the letters removed, that he goes to Hannah and directs her to have the letters removed.
If the shop has time. And if not, she doesn't get the letters off.
But it's your testimony that this is a recent practice.
I don't understand what you're asking me. Again.
Okay, let's move on. Here in this response, it says that one of the girls in the office will either fill out the bill of sale or affidavit of gift. Who are the girls in the office?
There's been different girls in the office.
How old?
I'm sorry?
How old are the girls?
How old are the girls
Yes,
in the office?
yes.
I don't know their age.
Okay, but they're girls.
They're females.
Okay. And they're the ones that are notarizing as well?
I guess that's how it works, yeah.
When is the vehicle given to the new owner?
When is it given to them?
Yes.
As soon as they sign the title.
So it's given to them with the lettering on.
There's been some occasions, yeah.
In your experience, the vehicles have been given to the new owners with the lettering on?
No, there's been twice that I know.
Twice in your time there?
Yep. Yes, I mean,
Is one of those times the Sierra Torres transfer?
yes.
Okay, so when did Sierra Torres get custody of the van?
I believe it was 4/22 or something like that of last year.
Okay, we have in testimony text screenshots from 4/22 of last year, 2022, from you to Jess Landers. And they appear to be happening in the morning. I think it's 8:30. And you're talking about how she was removing the lettering at night. So she must have had the vehicle prior to that date. So when did she receive the vehicle?
That, when I sent that text, when she got pulled over that night by a city cop, two of them, she was taking the letters off that night, early morning, like about between 11 and maybe 1 a.m.
And she had been driving the vehicle and had gotten pulled over?
No, she didn't get pulled over. The neighbors called the cops, suspected something might be going on. a vehicle was out that late.
Okay, but she was driving the vehicle?
No,
How did she get the vehicle to her house?
well, she drove it to her house.
Jess drove it? Is that your testimony?
No, I know Jess didn't drive it.
Did Sierra drive the vehicle from the office building to her house?
I drove it from the office to her house.
How did you get back to the office?
I walked.
And you didn't take off the you didn't take off the license plate at that point?
Not right then. I pulled it on the 22nd that night.
Okay. And did you give her the keys to the vehicle?
Nope, not until she got the vehicle registered in her name and insured in her name. Because it was technically, with the plates on, it was the Coral Taxi. So I pulled the plates and took the keys and everything. And that's how that worked. She went and got the vehicle registered in her name, insured in her name on whatever date. I don't even know what date it was.
Okay. So Sierra Torres, when she was doing the duties of cleaning the office, running errands and answering phones, and right now I'm looking at the same exhibit for request number 6. I'm looking at the response. It says Sierra Torres would clean the office for us, run errands and answer phones. There was no specific supervisor other than Tanya Ortega, who started the program with Sierra. There was not workers' compensation coverage as she was not an employee. Did you assist with that answer?
Yes,
Were you in the office with Sierra when she did these errands?
sometimes
When she ran errands, did she utilize a vehicle?
she used my car.
Is your car marked with American Transportation or a PRC number?
No, ma'am. It's my personal vehicle.
How often was Sierra in the office to do these activities?
Varied whenever she would wake up in the morning and I'd have to go pick her up, or she'd walk across the street because she lives across the street, and she would make it to go volunteer. We hopefully in time to go get us a burrito.
And how many hours would she spend in the office?
It varied. She would vacuum. She would throw the trash sometimes. Sometimes she would do different things. But her volunteer, she would just do what we asked her to do.
So during this period of time that she was doing these activities, were you in the office full time?
Yes,
And would that be like 8 to 5?
every day.
So how often were you both in the office together?
It's a shared office. So she wouldn't just work for one or the other because she was, or volunteer, I should say. She would do either or, with one of the companies.
Okay, but you were there together. Did you see her more than once a month during that period?
No. Once, I would see Sierra talk to her on the phone, maybe once a month. Even when she would go volunteer, sometimes I would leave, sometimes I wouldn't be there, sometimes I would see her, hey, hi, bye. You know, this is what I want on my burrito. Go get whatever anybody needs, go throw this trash, whatever she would need. And then that'd be it.
And who was responsible for accounting for that time?
I'm not sure.
When Tanya Ortega started the program, what program was it?
I'm not sure. I had nothing to do with that piece of volunteer work.
Was it temporary assistance for needy families? TANF.
For to get her food stamps and yes, cash assistance, yes.
Okay, so
From
when
what
it
I
says-
understand.
Does this reference to a program that Tanya started with Sierra? Is that program actually just public benefits program?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay.
It's a non-paid volunteer program to receive food for your kids, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Do you know if American Transportation submitted annual reports for the years 2021 and 2022?
No,
You don't know?
I know. No, I know that they were done on 21. We did not send them in.
Okay.
Again, that was a mistake on my part. I'm still learning also. I had always assumed that the person who did the inspection sent the paper in. I didn't realize that I was responsible for that. Now I know.
Okay, and here I'm not asking about inspections. I'm asking about the annual report that's due for each calendar year.
Again, I would have to say the same thing. I don't even know what annual report you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Hold on, I want to go to your testimony. So in your testimony, you state that you've worked for American Transportation for approximately 8 years.
Yes,
And you also testified that you feel like you're still learning.
yes.
In your supplemental testimony, you indicated that you didn't have responsibilities for quick and easy record service.
I don't.
Are you listed as the contact person, the agent for quick and easy record service?
No.
You talked about taking your daughter to the police station. When did that occur?
The day after I found out she had a warrant for her arrest, I drove her to the police station myself and I had her turn herself in, and she did willingly.
So was it a bench warrant?
I don't know what kind of warrant it was because I'm not familiar with words.
Okay.
I drove her there and dropped her off and she went willingly, and that was the last of it.
Okay. Hold on, I'm going to switch exhibits. Can you tell me if any of the vehicles have Socorro Taxi on the side of them, written on the side of them, or by decals?
They have Socorro Taxi. They have American Transportation written on the side of them.
Okay, do any of them have Socorro Taxi written on the side?
No.
Do all of them have the same PRC number written on them?
Yes.
Do you know if any of the transports that American Transportation is engaged in is for non-emergency medical transport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are those transports primarily serving the Medicaid population?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection.
What's the objection?
We're back on this compliance Medicaid thing. It's not relevant. It's outside the scope, I believe.
Ms. Jeffries?
Socorro Taxi is utilizing their taxi certificate for non-emergency medical transports, and that's not allowed.
Okay, I'll allow that. Overruled.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Gonzalez, would you like a break?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay, good. Then I
Yes.
will, I'll ask some questions. Good afternoon, Ms. Torres. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I'm just going to try to get some clarity about some things that Ms. Jeffries asked about. So with the one response, you said, this is the response to request 6. You were just talking about this with Ms. Jeffries. The actual sentence there is, there was no specific supervisor for Sierra Torres and what she did. I added that little part there. And then the words are, other than Tanya Ortega, who started the program with Sierra. And Ms. Jeffries was trying to get some clarity on this. Do these sentences mean that Tanya Ortega and Sierra were both working as volunteers of some kind at American Transportation?
No.
No,
All I
okay.
meant, no, okay, now that I understand what you're saying, all that was meant there was, I meant to say that was Tanya got her started on this program to volunteer somewhere to get state benefits.
I see. So who started the program with Sierra, meaning that Tanya basically had the idea to get Sierra to come in there to do the work.
That's the one. Tanya.
Okay,
She helped her get started on that.
I understand. The other way to read that sentence is who started the program with Sierra means that Tanya and Sierra are in a program that they started together. You see, it's
Right.
like, it's just the way it's worded. That's not correct. I understand what you're saying. So I think the major questions that I have, Ms. Torres, is, I think did you hear Mr. Landers' testimony?
I did.
He was pretty clear about vehicles should not have his company's name or the PRC operating number on them when they go out to whoever they're going to go to. I mean, I'm sure when I go back and review the record and the transcript of this proceeding, I will be able to quote those exact words. But what I hear you saying is, well, that's only true if the folks who do that work have time.
No, I think my words got twisted there.
Okay, what is your position on what happens with the decals on the vehicles for any vehicle sold or donated?
Well, there's actually not a policy on that, so Jess tries his best to see that the decals are off if they can come off. If they're
I
not
assume, yeah, no, okay, I understand if they can come off. Well, maybe I don't understand if they can come off. How could they not come off? And I suspect I know what the answer is, but you can just educate me. How is it that the letters couldn't come off?
That particular van in question, the one that is going on, we hired people. My dad hired a person to go try and take it off. He could not get the letters off without the paint coming off. I don't know which angle he started at, front, back, side, or wherever he started from. Those letters, they're like embedded inside, or it's like not even a sticker anymore. It's like, it looks like paint, like part of, like if somebody got a paint and drew on the van, basically.
Okay,
It's
no, I
not,
understand. Yeah,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
yeah, that's all I can, how can I answer that?
Sure,
We
I
try,
understand that.
yeah, we try to get the letters off and they wouldn't come off.
And I don't profess to be here to be a paint removal expert, but I have to imagine that if I had a tool like a grinder, I could make those letters go away.
And I agree, but I would think that would be up to the person who's owns the vehicle, not us giving a vehicle away.
Why would that be the case?
Because if he sells a vehicle, nobody's gonna want to buy it if it's, the paint's off. I'm assuming. That's just my opinion.
I understand, but as the
I don't
manager of a regulated business, I think the important part here to recognize, it's not just, Mr. Landers pretty clearly said that he doesn't want somebody driving around with his taxis that don't belong to him anymore. He gave us an example of the incident in Clovis. I think there's basic common sense to think, you don't want someone who has no affiliation with your company driving a vehicle that appears to be part of your company around the roads doing who knows what. But my point in saying all that is, you can take these letters off, but it sounds like what you're saying is it's better for the company so you could sell the vans to leave the lettering on.
No, again, it's getting twisted. That's not what I'm meaning. I'm meaning, okay, different vehicles are gonna, every vehicle is different. Every sticker is gonna be different. Every vehicle is different. Some may come off if you peel it, some may come off if you grind it. When they try to take the vehicles off that particular vehicle, they would not come off. I agree with Mr. Landers just saying, we don't want our vehicles running around with PRC stickers on there. I totally agree with that. That's why we do our best to try and get them off. When they don't come off, we assume, okay, it's in it's the other person's vehicle. Maybe they'll take the proper steps to try and get the letters off now. We try our best. Now we know if we do that in the near future, to make sure if they don't come off, to probably throw it away or use it for parts. We know now not what to do. We've learned from all this.
In the, I just want to make sure I understand. I think this is in your direct testimony. I'm going to find it first. And it was the list of the vehicles. You provided a list of the vehicles. Oh, no, it was actually in the testimony. It's not an attachment to it. It's a supplemental. No,
Yeah.
It's the supplemental testimony. Yes, excuse me. So this is your direct testimony of Michelle Torres in response to bench questions that was submitted June 16, 2023. On page 3, you
Yes.
provided a list of vehicles. And the question I was going to ask you is, these are all the vehicles that I understand the company sold over a period of time. Did I specify?
No, there's not a specific time on here
So are these all the vehicles that the company has sold
that I know about.
that you know about? Okay.
Yes.
And then if I'm reading what you've indicated here, there's just this noted 2001 Chevy Express, and then bold, then in all caps, this one did still have letters. Is that referring to the 2001 vehicle?
Yes.
So do I understand what you said here to mean the only vehicle of these sold or donated, whatever, it looks like they were all sold, only one still had markings belonging to the company on it?
Yes. I'm sorry, you're waiting for the answer?
I know I'm just reviewing my questions. Some of
Oh,
these have
okay.
been covered. No, you don't have to worry.
I'm sorry, I was like,
No, it's okay. You knew that the Sierra had the vehicle with the American Transportation lettering. It sounds like the day that it was provided to her.
yes, I knew that the letters were on there. That's why we tried to take them off that night. And that's why I went and pulled the plates.
Okay, so if I understood, and I just trying to clarify the process for this particular vehicle donation, in this case to your daughter, Mr. Landers told us that his process was to tell Hannah, who in turn told Juan, who removed the letters. And it sounds like that didn't happen in this instance. And is it, can you explain why that didn't happen?
I don't have no answer to that, other than we tried to take them off that night.
You say we tried to take them off. Who is the we that
Well,
you're referring to?
not we, I meant, we were talking about it, saying it needs to be done. That's why I went and pulled the plates and everything until we thought we were gonna be able to get the letters off.
Did you pull the plates because the plates belong to the company, or did you pull the plates because the van had the company marking?
Pulled the plates because it was not Sarah's vehicle and it still belonged to Socorro Taxi.
Okay. So as far as you're aware, when Sierra received this vehicle, did the we that you referred to, and I still don't understand, who is the we? You said we tried to remove the plates. Who is we?
Well, I went and removed the plates.
Okay, sorry, I mean the lettering on the car. My apologies, not the plates, the lettering. You attempted to remove, I heard you say is we attempted to move the lettering from the vehicle. And who is the we that attempted to do that?
Well, Sarah attempted, Matthew Lucero attempted. From what I know.
But did Juan Padilla ever attempt to remove the lettering from the car?
No.
I guess I still am just confused as well. I mean, maybe every single car doesn't have the same explanation as to how he gets rid of the lettering. I'm just going to move on. You said that Sierra used the vehicle to drive back and forth to school. What does this mean?
The kids.
Her children?
Yes, sir.
To and from their school.
Yes, but I would be the one to take them most of the time.
Okay. And you said you see your daughter. How often do you see your daughter?
Maybe once, maybe twice a month.
But you're taking them to school more regularly? The kids,
Take
her
the
children?
kids, the kids would, yeah.
Do
They
you
need to
see
get to school.
Do you see your daughter when you take her kids to school?
Maybe at the front door, maybe, bye mom or something like that, but that's it.
Okay, so when you were, did you take this kid to school during the time that she had this van?
Sometimes, yeah.
So I presume that means that you would have seen the van parked in her driveway with the lettering on it?
Yes.
So effectively, Mr. Landers said the same thing in this case, that everyone was aware that Sierra had the van with the lettering.
Right. Correct.
That was not a surprise to anybody. That was known because she had it the day she was given the van and nobody could get it off. So she was just left to have the van with the lettering.
Correct. That's from, yes.
Okay. What does Sierra do for a living?
I don't know what she does.
Okay.
She's, 30 years old. I don't know what she does.
Are you in any way related to Tim Gutierrez?
None whatsoever.
Okay, George Padilla is your stepfather?
He's my stepdad, but I call him my dad. Yeah.
Okay. And then your sister is it Nancy Torres?
Yes, sir.
And Tim Gutierrez's relationship with the companies that Mr. Landers owned, does he work? Just remind me.
I
for them in any
don't,
way?
I don't know what Tim does. Yeah. I work, I'm too busy doing my own thing too. I don't know what his, how do you say it? Job title there.
Okay. But it sounds like Mr. Landers employs multiple members of your family, and then Sierra also had a volunteer opportunity there.
Well, that's it, Socorro is, everybody's pretty much, you can say everybody's related to everybody. You can easily say that too. A person could say that. It's a small town. Jess has a lot of job opportunities. He helps people and he helps people out with jobs. And everybody's either in a cousin or could be uncle, cousin, long lost nephew, long lost niece. That's how small towns are.
Are you familiar with Mr. Landers' income from his businesses? Is that information that you're privy to?
No, I only do the transportation checks.
So do you have knowledge of the net income of the transportation business each year?
Yeah.
Do you know what just generally over the past several years, what the average net income was? And by that, I just mean, operations revenue minus operation cost.
Yeah, about 2020, we probably did about 2 million. 2021, we probably did another 2 million.
And that's
22.
Is that net income? Or is that
Yeah.
gross? That's net
No.
income.
Yeah. I don't know, before that, it's about, he did pretty good. We pulled in some pretty good income, especially during COVID. There was about 5 drivers we had because everybody else opted out for unemployment because nobody wanted to work. So those 5 drivers worked all day, every day, in and out, and they worked hard and they pulled in a lot of money that year.
Okay, so I just want to follow this final point up. Moving forward, and I think I've heard you say this to Ms. Jeffries, is it the company's intention to remove decals from vehicles whenever they're taken away from the company's roster of used vehicles?
Absolutely. We have learned so much through all this where it's actually a blessing and a blessing because in disguise, I guess you could say, because we've learned what we didn't know we didn't know. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us girls that have been there haven't had experience in a lot of this stuff. So we're learning as we're going also. Melissa, and I could speak for her, she just started. She didn't know a lot of things. She's learning things every day too. My position, I started off as a billing clerk. I worked my way up. I got thrown in there head first, but I did, and I'm doing my best, and I'm still learning myself. And the more I'm educated and the more I'm finding out things it's great because in that way I can do that much more and be on top of that much more.
And in
make sure
transportation,
this-
do you have coworkers? How many coworkers do you have in the transportation company?
In the office?
Mm-hmm.
2.
So it's yourself and 2 other employees, and you're the manager?
Yes.
And what do the other 2 do?
They bill.
Okay,
billing clerks. My job also is to get our contracts, get our clients, call the clients, arrange their pickup time, make sure they're with the right driver. It's a lot that happens. I work 7 days a week from 4 a.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. every day. So my job's pretty demanding. So, like I'm playing, keeping people apart that I know don't get along to go up and, their appointments. I'm also having to deal with, other issues that come up. Sometimes, things happen in bands and, people argue and they call and they complain. I'm going, oh, okay, so we got to break that up. So it's a huge responsibility and I love it because it's demanding and I'm learning, but the learning never stops.
does Mr. Landers utilize financial services to manage the business books, or who's doing that? Do you know?
Probably the CPA is Shelley.
Hell yeah, okay.
Yes. She's a certified.
And then Tanya Ortega, did you know her?
Yes, I knew her.
And she was embezzling money from Mr. Landers?
That's what was said, yes.
Okay. Do you contest that point, or?
I don't really think about it. I don't have nothing nothing to say about it. I have other things to worry about. Like keeping his business open.
Right. And as the manager, do you make the daily decisions about operations?
I do, but transportation anyway.
Okay. And Mr. Landers' participation in the daily decision making? Is it
Ultimately, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead,
No,
please.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I would. You were going to say something, and I'm happy to listen to it.
I make decisions, but ultimately the final decision is up to him. If I throw an idea out there, I always clear it with him first before I do anything. So.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Torres, for speaking with me.
You're welcome.
Mr. Heidke?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Torres, you were asked questions about girls in the office and whether they are underage. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Are there underage girls working in the office?
No.
What did you mean when you said girls?
I meant females, like not males.
Are the people in the office grown women?
They're over 18. Every single person's over 18.
All right. Did Juan Padilla ever contact you to remove the decals from the vehicle?
Never.
Did you know that your daughter was allegedly transporting drugs in the van?
No, I did not. And if I would have known, I would have called the cops myself.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the last three witnesses. I don't think they'll take as long as Mr. Landers or Ms. Torres did. So we'll see you all in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get back together.
Oh, I was muted.
Mr. Heike, you could
Yes,
call your next witness.
Mr. Examiner, could we have Dustin Crawford testify, please?
Sure, is there time constraint?
Yes, he has to leave and he's been waiting all day.
It's fine. I mean, let Miss Jeffries, do you care?
No, that's fine with me.
Great, all right. We are on the record, right, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, we
Terrific,
are.
okay.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Dustin Crawford.
Did you review or did you cause to be prepared testimony in this case?
Did I? What does that mean?
Did you cause your statement to be recorded in this case?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And did you review a document that is your direct testimony or direct rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you caused that to be created, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you reviewed that document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any changes or corrections to be made to that document?
None that I saw. No.
Okay. And if I ask you those same questions in that exhibit today, would you have the same answers?
Yes.
And were those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Okay. And so I'd like to move exhibits 29 and 30.
Any objection, Ms. Jeffries? You're muted, Ms. Jeffries.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Their exhibit 29 is being submitted as rebuttal testimony to counter a perceived statement by Juan Padilla that it's easy to remove the lettering. And I don't recall that being said by Juan Padilla on the tape. So I don't know what he's rebutting.
Mr. Heidke?
I thought it was there, Judge. I don't know about the tape. I thought it was in Mr. Crispín's report, which would be staff's exhibit 1, which is on, it would be on page. Yes. It's on page 4 of staff's exhibit number 1. It's in the middle of the page. Last paragraph above conclusion. Last 2 sentences. I asked Mr. Padilla if it was hard to take the lettering off. He said, not really. It's difficult, but doable. He does it all the time.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Crawford can offer the testimony. Anything further, Ms. Jeffries?
In terms of those exhibits, no.
Yes.
I passed the witness.
Yes, and just remind me real quickly again, which were the 2 exhibit numbers?
It was 29 and 30. I believe I got them right.
Yes. Thank you. respondents exhibit 29 and 30 are admitted.
Mr. Crawford, my name's Elizabeth Jeffries. I'm going to ask you a few questions. When did you buy the van that is in the photo that's just been submitted as an exhibit?
I bought it about 2017, 2018. I don't know the exact date, but it was within those years.
And you recall who provided the vehicle to you?
So I had driven past, and I had seen the vehicles at what is, I believe, the Quick and Easy mechanic shop. I had seen the vehicle there with for sale sign, and I had approached the woman working behind the desk. I did not get her name. I just impressed upon her that at the time I was desperate and I needed a vehicle as quickly as possible.
And then what happened in terms of that transaction that you ended up owning the vehicle?
So they said she said, all right, let me talk to my boss. And then I simply made the appropriate payments that were need to be made. They told me that when I got the vehicle home, I would need to remove the lettering as quickly as possible. And I borrowed a heat gun from them. One of the mechanics there brought the heat gun down to my house, and I went and purchased a couple of paint scrapers, plastic paint scrapers, I believe they were. And I spent 3 days attempting to remove the lettering from the vehicle, which proved to be extremely difficult, and I was not able to remove all of the lettering.
Okay, so when you look at that photograph that was submitted, do you still see the lettering in that photograph?
I do still see some outlines of the lettering, yes.
Like readable?
The picture that I had was not right next to the vehicle, so I cannot attest to whether or not they were readable or not.
So the picture that you had is the picture that we just entered into our exhibits, right?
I believe so, yes. The one that was shown to me, that was emailed to me with my statement to review. The picture did not look like it was directly next to the vehicle, so I cannot say whether or not they were still legible.
So just looking at the picture, could you read the letters?
I could not know, but I could definitely make out the shapes of what could be words.
Okay. And when you picked up the vehicle, it's your testimony that they put the obligation on you to remove the letters?
Yes, when I purchased the vehicle, they said typically we get these letters removed, and I said I need the vehicle sooner rather than later. Is there anything I can do to facilitate that, or so that I may get the vehicle quicker?
Okay. Did they explain to you how they would remove the letters typically?
The only thing that she told to me is that typically they just send it to someone and have someone else remove the letters. They did not give me any names, and I didn't ask. I was in a hurry because I was at that point already late for work when I had asked to purchase the vehicle.
How did you know to get a heat gun?
I just simply assumed that's how they put on, and so that's what I asked for.
So, and they gave it to you?
Yeah, I asked for a heat gun, and I provided my own scrapers to do the work.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hey, Crawford, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Is the, you may not know the answer. Was it a Chevy Express van?
It's been some time, so I do not remember the make. I do believe the van was about a 2001, but I do not remember the make of the van.
I don't have any further questions from Mr. Crawford. Mr. Heidke.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Officer, can you instruct him? He's free to go.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Crawford. You may depart. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Ms. Gutierrez, correct?
Okay, yes, I'm here.
Great. Ms. Gonzalez will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Melissa Gutierrez?
And did you cause testimony to be submitted in this case?
I did.
Okay. And did you prepare that testimony?
I did.
Okay. And I believe that's exhibits. Exhibit 3 to 18 and 33.
Yes.
Okay. And you caused them to be created, correct?
Yes.
And it was done under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those documents and those exhibits?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections that need to be made to them?
No.
Okay. If I asked you the same questions in those exhibits today, would you provide the same answers as you provided then?
Yes, sir.
Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
This time I move exhibits 3 through 18 and 33 into evidence.
Ms. Jeffries, any objections?
No objections.
I pass the witness.
So I'll just, before we do that, respondents exhibits 3 through, that's okay, 18 and 33 will be admitted. And Ms. Jeffries, go ahead and ask the questions.
I'm Ms. Gutierrez. I'm Elizabeth Jeffries. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
You mentioned in your testimony that you work in the office,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is the office a shared office with American Transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
When you're working in the office, can you see other people's desks?
I can see Michelle's desk. My office is kind of in a little cubicle. I can see Michelle's desk. That's the only one.
Okay. Were you working during the period that Sierra Torres was doing activities in the office?
I did see her there a few times.
How often would you see her there?
Maybe once a week, twice a week.
Was she buying burritos for the office?
She would get us burritos. She would also do cleaning.
Was she driving the marked van to the office in order to do those activities?
I don't know about that.
Did you ever see her with the marked van during
No.
your time there?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when she obtained the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been married to Tim?
19 years.
And you've worked there, I'm sorry, I don't remember, how long?
About 9 months. 9 months, I think.
Okay, so recently?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Gutierrez, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. You were earlier in the room with Mr. Landers as he was testifying,
Yes.
and I understand that your husband was there with him as well?
Yes, but we walked out.
Okay. Mr. Landers told me that he's 90 years old. Is that what you're
Yes.
understanding?
Yes.
As far as you're aware, what is his degree of oversight of his businesses at this point?
He's still involved. He is trying to retire. But everything still goes through him, whether it's when he comes in or over the phone.
Does his age impede him at all in terms of his ability to do that work?
Yes.
I mean, that seems sort of obvious for a person who's 90.
Yes.
I mean, it's, I don't mean that in an unkind way. I mean that, and it's amazing that he's still up and about. But
Yes.
so, so describe to me your roles at Quick and Easy. What do you do there?
I'm the manager of the wrecker, and I was also taking care of his rentals before he got rid of all of those.
The rental properties, is residential rental properties?
Yes. That was what I was hired on to do, and then I took over the wrecker manager.
Okay. And if I understood correctly, your husband, Tim Gutierrez, owns half of the business in the wrecker company?
I wouldn't say he owns it right now. What happened is Jess was getting ready to retire. So he's going to give the record to Tim when he retires. And this happened in January. So in January, we started looking into the process of changing the names and the ownership. And then when this happened, that kind of put that all to a halt. We did get some of the vehicles put in Tim's name and Jess's name, but that's as far as we got with that.
Okay, and if I understand your testimony in this case, principally your participation here has been focused on the Quick and Easy aspect of this case, not much on the Sierra Torres side of it.
Yes, sir.
So you heard Mr. Martinez earlier. There are many transportation companies, wrecker services, who are able to comply with the varying record demands, and those record demands are in existence for good reason. Do you have any explanation why the company fell behind in terms of keeping abreast of its obligations to supply necessary documents?
I don't. When this Form E was supposed to be submitted, I was not an employee here. So when Mr. Martinez came in that day and told me about it, I called the insurance the next day and asked them to submit that. There was multiple times where I emailed James and said, please let me know if you received the Form E so I can make sure they get it to you. And I never got a response from him. I honestly didn't know much about the PRC. But I've done, I mean, everything that we needed to turn in, I've had done and I've gotten turned into him.
Yeah, so Mr. Martinez testified consistently with that. You know, you heard him this morning indicate that.
Yes.
When you say you manage the side of the Quick and Easy wrecker service, does that mean like the financial part of it as well?
I don't really do the finances. I do like the payroll on the computer, but the accountant, Eloisa, who does the accounting, she does most of the bank accounts and stuff like that. I don't do bank accounts and anything like that.
Okay. Do you think moving forward, you will do things differently to ensure the wrecker service is supplying the documents needed?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have any specific things that you've identified that you will need to do differently to ensure that?
I think I definitely need to go through the PRC handbook and make sure that I'm doing everything that is required to be. I do need to do that. I've learned a lot. Like I know what to do now if the insurance is changed. I know when the annual inspections have to be in. I know that we have to do the annual reports now. So yes, I've learned a lot through all of this and I have every intention of doing it correctly.
Do you have any, I mean, you heard Mr. Martinez say earlier that he intends to come down and do an inspection of the business. Do you have any objection to that?
No way, absolutely not. We have all the vehicles here on site, so whenever he wants to come down.
It's the shared office space. If I understand your testimony to Ms. Jeffries was, you did see Sierra regularly, but never driving the vehicle that she was detected in when she was smuggling illegal items.
No, I can't. I never saw her drive in. I'm in my office. I can't see outside of the office from here. I don't know how she did that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. That's all the questions I have for you. Mr. Heidke?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, it looks like.
Raise your right hand when you're ready.
You're muted.
Yes, you are. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you state your name, please?
Tim Gutierrez.
Did you review documentation and testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare testimony or cause testimony to be prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that would be exhibits 23 through 27 and 35, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were done under your supervision, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents?
On the, I believe the number 23, on the introduction and purpose, where it says, please state your name and position. It says, I have worked for the Record Service since July 2022. It's 2005.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes a difference or what, but that's something I caught when I was going over it.
No, thank you for that. Any other corrections?
No, that's about it.
Okay. All right. If I asked you the same questions that are contained in those exhibits, would you provide the same answers today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time I move exhibits 23 through 27 and 35.
Ms. Jeffries, any objection?
Relevance for exhibits 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Mr. Heidke?
Judge, I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer. Old habits, I'm sorry.
No, well, some people say Mr. Examiner, which is even, it's a strange title, but in any case.
If you prefer, I wish I would have known it earlier.
No, it's fine. Whatever you want to call me is okay.
The companies, as you well know, the company's authorities were pulled because it's alleged by staff that the company was using itself as a cover for Sierra Torres's drug transaction, and they were a willing, knowing participant, and that caused a safety danger to the community. And so I don't know how the testimony of a deputy sheriff could not be any more relevant in this proceeding. And the fact that he has certificates in drug training and investigations are eminently relevant to this proceeding, unless I missed something.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And the one line of questioning I have for Mr. Gutierrez will sort of go along those lines. So I understand the objection, but I will overrule it. Anything else on the proposed exhibits?
No,
Ms. Jeffries?
No.
Thank you. So I'll admit 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. And then it was 33, correct?
35, I believe.
Oh, my apologies. It was Melissa. 35, 23 through 27 and 35.
Thank you.
Miss Jeffries, if you'd like to ask questions, please go ahead.
yes. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Jeffries. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right. We had testimony from Michelle Torres that she didn't know what you did for Quick and Easy Wrecker service. So could you please explain what you do for Quick and Easy Wrecker?
I'm a tow truck driver for Quick and Easy Wrecker.
Anything else?
No, that's, are you asking in like, what else do I do for Jess or do I do for the tow truck company?
What do you do for Quick and Easy Wrecker?
I just drive. I'm a tow truck driver.
Okay. What do you do for Jess Landers?
I do part-time maintenance if needed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Part-time maintenance if needed on his rentals or, you know.
We heard testimony just recently from your wife that he got rid of the rentals.
Yes, he did.
All of them?
Yes,
Well, did you obtain any ownership rights over the rentals?
yes, I've obtained the townhouse and the trailer park.
Are those being gifted to you or was their money exchanged?
They were gifted to me.
And is that the same with the vehicles that belong to Quick and Easy Wrecker? That your name was put on the titles as a gift?
No,
Can you explain how that came about?
okay. So the let me back up a little bit. Okay, so the property that was given to me, I guess you can say that it wasn't like it's a death deed, transfer of a transfer deed upon death. Okay, so I'm not really fully owning the property at this time. And the same with the vehicles.
Okay, so who owns the property at this time?
Right now, it'd be under Jess Landers.
Okay. And the vehicles, as I understand it, your name is on the titles of the vehicles, which suggests that you are an owner of those vehicles for Quick and Easy Wrecker.
Yes,
Okay, so my
as long as Jess's name.
okay, my understanding was that the title said Quick and Easy Wrecker LLC and then had your name.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, how did that come about?
How did that come about? Is that Jess is retiring and that, you know, he's pretty much, like I said, he's handing these businesses over.
Okay, is he handing his Quick and Easy Wrecker service business over to you?
Yes, he is.
Okay, when did that begin?
Well, the process started the beginning of this year. And the changes were starting to be made and then this happened. So it kind of put a hold on everything.
Okay, so to what extent do you have ownership now over Quick and Easy Wrecker?
I would say I probably have 50-50 maybe.
Okay, and was there money exchanged?
No,
Okay, And when was your name put on the vehicles?
Like I said, I don't know exactly the time it was occurring, but like since the beginning of this year, the changes were being made. I can't give you exact time or date on those.
Was it in this year?
I believe so.
Did you have to go to motor vehicle division to have the registrations changed?
Yes,
Did you personally go?
yes.
Do you recall what time of year that was?
I know it was sometime this year. I can't give exact time or date.
Okay. And how many vehicles have your name on them at the Quick and Easy Wrecker?
Right now, I believe it's the tow trucks, which is, we have a red wrecker, a white wrecker, a blue wrecker, a white service van that we're gonna put out of commission. We're no longer gonna use that one. We have a semi, 18-wheeler semi with a trailer and a Sterling semi wrecker that hauls semis. And like equipment as far as like trailers and a skidster and things like that. And yeah.
So there's additional equipment other than what you listed?
Yeah, well, I mean, like just trash trailers and stuff like that. I mean,
What about interest in the building?
what building are you talking about?
The building that houses the offices for both Quick and Easy and American Transportation.
What's my interest in it?
Do you have any business ownership over the
Oh,
building?
no, right now, like I said, everything is on a transfer, a deed upon death. So that's pretty much where it's at right now.
So that was your testimony with regard to the townhouse and the trailer lot, right? Is it
Yes.
also a deed on death arrangement for Quick and Easy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
but your name is already on those vehicles that you listed.
Yes.
And how often do you work at Quick and Easy Wrecker?
Depends on when the towing comes, I get the tow calls. I mean, some days none, some days all day busy. I mean, it varies.
And do you also work full-time at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So altogether, how many hours would you say on average you work per week for Quick and Easy Wrecker?
Like I said, it varies. I can't really give you an exact time. Some days, I mean, some weeks none, some weeks up to 20 hours, depending. It varies on the phone calls.
And do you do any of the office work for Quick and Easy Wrecker?
No, I don't do any office work at all. I just turn in my tow sheet and that's it.
Do you have your name on any of the vehicles for American Transportation?
No, I have nothing to do with American Transportation.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutierrez. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. So one way to read, Mr. Heidke earlier, when he was responding to an objection on the evidence, indicated that the testimony is suggestive that American Transportation is somehow caught up in a drugs, narcotics thing. And I mean, that's, one way to read it. Another way to read it is that, Sierra Torres was savvy enough of an individual to know that there was benefit in having a vehicle that people wouldn't suspect is engaged in, illegal activities. And I'm wondering, from a law enforcement perspective, with the experience you have and the trainings and certificates that have been entered in this record, you know, when I hear that, she wanted this car because she could do stuff with it that she couldn't do with a normal vehicle. That intuitively made sense, and I was wondering if you could comment on that and if you would agree with that perspective.
From my knowledge, I never knew that Sierra Torres was involved in anything like that.
Well, I'm not asking if you know whether she's involved. I'm just asking as a purely hypothetical matter, you know, would a drug trafficker, regardless of whether Sierra is ever convicted of the offense or whatever, but would a drug trafficker, you know, benefit from having a car nobody would suspect is trafficking drugs?
Yes,
Because it allows you to go undetected, right?
yes,
And that was Investigator Crispin's assertion in his investigative report, was that that's why she was permitted, not that she was permitted, that was the ruse in which Sierra was engaged. And then that was either negligently or purposefully allowed by the company. And I'm just asking you, that's not a crazy assertion, is it? The idea that Sierra would want the car to pull that off if that's what she was doing.
if that's what she was doing.
And I asked your wife questions just about sort of the operations of the tow company. This morning I had a conversation with Mr. Martinez about deadhead miles. You're familiar with what that term means?
Yes,
The allegation, statement of noncompliance in staff's compliance report, Mr. Martinez's report, indicates that you were impermissibly engaged in deadhead miles. Is that something that you understood that you were doing, or what is your explanation for that?
yes. But honestly, I didn't know that we couldn't, when it comes to law enforcement tows, I was never aware that we couldn't charge deadhead miles, but like I said before, I was not involved as far as like any of the paperwork. I would just write my miles down from the time I get into the tow truck to the time I get on scene. I write my miles down again, and to the time where I need to take the vehicle either to our tow yard, the owner's house, or a police station. And when I get there, I would write the miles again. And after I drop the vehicle off, I turn the truck back to our garage here at the office, and I would write the miles again. So a total of 4 times I'd write down the miles.
Okay, so, but it sounds like what you just told me, you're aware now, though, that the what Mr. Martinez identified as non-compliant billing practices, that the record service is going to cease that. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
And it sounds like when Mr. Martinez identified problems, you and your wife acted as quickly as you could to solve them. Is that basically what you did?
yes, we did.
And if Mr. Martinez, the commission want to come down there and inspect the yard and the vehicles, do you have any objection to that?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. That's all the questions I have.
May I follow up?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Heidke.
Thank you. If Sierra Torres was wanting to obtain this vehicle to conduct illicit activity, would she then attempt to scrape the lettering and the numbers off right after she obtains it? If she was planning to use those decals and numbers in an illicit fashion?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
Okay, repeat that question again.
Sure. if Sierra Torres intended to use this vehicle, there was a question about her being savvy and wanting to obtain it with the letters and numbers to use in illicit activity. Do you remember that question that was asked to you?
I remember it. I understand
Okay.
where you're going, Mr. Heidke.
Okay, all right. So if Sierra intended to use the vehicle to traffic drugs, would she then be caught in the middle of the night? Does it make sense that she would be caught in the middle of the night trying to scrape the letters and numbers off that she was allegedly wanting to use to facilitate her drug trafficking? Does that make any sense to you?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. So
Okay.
if she was going to use this for drug trafficking, she would have left the letters and the numbers on the whole time, correct?
Right.
All right. She would have never tried to get it off in April 22nd of 2022, would she?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Repeat that last question.
excuse me?
Repeat that last question again.
If I don't even remember it now.
Would you like me to
I-
read it?
Please, would you please?
Sure. She would have never tried to get it off in April 22nd of 2022, would she? You answered that, yes.
And do you want to reconsider that answer?
If she was trying to use it as a vehicle to transport narcotics, would she have been trying to take the letters off?
In April of 2022, right after she
No,
received.
she would never try to take the letters off.
Right. And if her and her mom and quote unquote, the company were involved in that, would they have attempted to have the letters and numbers taken off by anyone else in 2022?
No,
They would have tried to keep the letters on, correct?
as long as possible.
And the savvy criminal in this case, using the American transportation vehicle, did it work? Did she avoid detection?
No,
And you don't have any information at all at your disposal, and you've never been told that she had ever done anything like this before the night she was arrested, do you?
no, I have no knowledge that she was doing this at all.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused. Mr. Padilla.
You know what? Hold on.
Here we go. You're not muted still. Oh, that's okay. There's Mr. Padilla. Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, could you swear in Mr. George Padilla?
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, yes, I will.
Good afternoon, Mr. Padilla.
Good afternoon.
Did you cause testimony to be prepared in this case?
Well, what was there to get prepared? Yeah, I was not ready.
Did you cause your statement to be taken in this case?
Did I call it?
Did you cause it? Was a statement made on your behalf in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed that statement, correct? That testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And document here. I believe it is. And you gave two statements, correct? Statement, it would be exhibit 28 and 31. That was your direct testimony and your bench request testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have you reviewed both of those documents?
Yeah, here at the office I did.
Okay. And are they correct?
Yes.
And are there any changes or corrections needing to be made to those documents? No?
Not really.
Okay. All right. And if I asked you those same questions that are in those exhibits today, would you give the same answers?
I'll try, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Answer?
Are the answers in those documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I had trouble hearing, that's why I asked you again.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I'll try to
That's
sit close. Do you adopt these documents as your testimony, as your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I move exhibits 28 and 31 into evidence.
Ms. Jeffries, any objection?
No objection.
Respondent, it's exhibit 28 and 31 is admitted. And were you going to
Thank
pass
you.
the witness, Mr. Heike?
I was, thank you.
Stepping on my toes.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. I'm just kidding. All right, Ms. Jeffries, go ahead.
Mr. Padilla, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's
Hear me, but I
Elizabeth.
can hear.
Good. My name's Elizabeth Jeffries. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
In your testimony, you said that you hired a man, and now I'm forgetting his name, so let me pull it up in front of me.
Matthews.
You hired Matthew Lucero, is that it?
Right.
To remove lettering from the van that was Sierra's.
Right.
And the reason that you selected him was because you knew he had done it successfully before. He had
Yes.
moved the letters successfully before. Is that right?
From other vehicles.
Okay. How did you know that?
Because he does all kinds of, Matthew is a man of all trades. He works everywhere. He does all kinds of jobs and he's done lettering before. And I asked him, he says, I can do it. So I said, would you be able to do it? And he said, I'll do it. So I hired him.
And when you hired him, were you paying him money from your own pocket?
I paid him, he wouldn't charge me, but I paid him $20 that
Okay.
same day.
And were you with him when he tried to remove the lettering?
I didn't see him till the next day. When I met him, we met at a stop sign, the light, and I asked him from one car to the other, did you do it? And he said, no, I couldn't because I didn't want to remove the paint job, the paint on the vehicle. So that was it.
Do you know
And there
how?
was no more.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do you know what he did to try and remove the lettering?
No, I know he did it. He was doing it with a scraper and I don't know what else, but that's what he told me. He did it with, and I let it go at that, and that was it.
Do you know how much time he spent trying to
No.
remove? You don't?
No, it was the next day that I met him on the stop sign. I asked him from one car to the other, and that was it.
Did you see the van after that?
No.
Had you seen the van before?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's my granddaughter.
Had you seen her driving that van?
Ever seen her drive it? Oh, yes.
You saw her driving the van?
Well, not that day. But I seen the van. I mean, of course, she's at the house all the time.
At which house?
My house.
Okay. Does she live with you?
No.
Oh,
We live in a rural area and she lives in Socorro, in town, here.
okay. So she comes to visit you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Constantly, we have to have our grandkids all the time.
That's nice. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Padilla, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Great. So if I understand it, you're Michelle Torres's stepfather, but I believe Ms. Torres said that she effectively sort of considers you her father.
that's right.
Okay. And it sounds like you have a fairly close relationship with Sierra Torres.
With all of them. With
All of them, okay.
the granddaughters and my daughters. Mhm.
All right. One of the allegations in this case is that Michelle Torres is not willing to hear criticism of Sierra Torres. Do you think that's true or false?
Criticism?
Yeah. If anyone questions Sierra's judgment or her conduct or whatever, Michelle doesn't want to hear it. Is that
No,
a?
I don't think so. I think they're real close.
They're very close. Okay, but what if somebody has something negative to say about Sierra? Is Michelle, impatient with that, or does she listen?
Well, I'm sure she's a mother. So I'm sure she will respond to something. She loves her very much. I know that.
Okay.
So anybody would if they criticize your family or something, you know that. I would.
I'm trying to understand the exact with this particular vehicle. When you hired Matthew Lucero, were you aware that anybody else had been asked to try to remove the lettering before you asked Mr. Lucero to do that?
No, sure didn't. I believe I was the only one that I've asked Matthews to remove the lettering.
Because Mr. Landers testified today that, well, my typical process is I go tell Hannah Cooper, and Hannah Cooper gives it to Juan Padilla. And now what you're saying is, I'm not trying to say it's inconsistent necessarily, but I'm trying to understand somehow or another, Matthew Lucero is involved and Juan Padilla isn't. And so, do you have any explanation for how that plays out?
They're involved in what, or I misunderstood that?
Yeah, removing the letters from the car. I mean, Mr. Landers told us that his typical protocol when he sells his vehicles is to tell his garage manager, Hannah Cooper, remove those lettering from the vehicle. Is that correct as far as you're aware?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't know. Okay.
I don't think so, no.
Do you have
I
much
know
interaction?
Matthews used to do odd jobs, so I know he more or less that he could do it. That he was one of the guys that does it on the letter, and so when I asked him, he said, yes, I can do it. So that was it.
Mr. Landers, sorry, go ahead. Mr. Landers indicated that Matthew Lucero, well, actually, it wasn't entirely clear, but did Matthew Lucero work at the car wash ever?
Yes, he did.
He did. What did he do at the car wash, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what he did at the car wash?
Maintained, just like my nephew, John.
I'm sorry, who's your nephew?
Yes, I think the court reporter was asking you what your nephew's name is, just to repeat that.
Me?
Yeah, Mr. Padilla, the court reporter asked you to repeat the name of your nephew. I don't think she heard it. What is his name?
Who's
He's asking you what's his name.
I'm sorry?
He's asking you what his name is.
Yeah. Repeat whose name?
Your nephew.
Oh, Juan Padilla? Yeah, he's my nephew.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
when I think you said in response, John.
Yeah,
is
well,
that
we're
your-
calling, John, that's his nickname, John, but his name is
Okay.
Juan, yeah.
Okay, that's what my question was. Thank you.
So Juan
Sorry,
Padilla is your nephew? Is that what you just said?
That's it,
Your brother or sister's son?
brother,
Or which, your brother's
my
son?
brother. Yeah,
Michelle Torres is your basically daughter.
I call them my daughters, yes. Because they call me dad, so I call them daughters. I can't hear words like shit.
I can hear you, Mr. Padilla. Um, so when Michelle came,
It's okay to ask him to repeat the question.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
yeah, that's fine. If he needs to have the questions repeated, he can do that. Okay, I'll try to finish up here. Did Michelle Torres ask you to move the letters from the van? Oh, I think we're, Mr. Padilla, can you hear me?
He's muted.
He appears to be frozen. Oh, there he goes. I think there's technical difficulties. It just froze up, but that's probably not a computer problem. That's likely just an internet problem.
Yeah, no, we're getting a lightning storm over here, so I'm just letting you know.
Okay, that would explain that. Okay, Mr. Padilla, I just have a few more questions and I'll let you go. Did Miss? Oh, he's gone. And he's back. Mr. Padilla, can you hear us?
Can you see us?
We can, yes.
Okay, here you go.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Mr. Padilla, did Michelle ask you to remove the letters from the van? Did she ask you to do that?
She asked me if I knew somebody that would remove them. That's it.
Okay. Did she explain why she wanted the letters removed?
Not even. We didn't talk about it or nothing. She just asked me, and I told her yes, that I knew somebody.
Did you, did you have any assumptions, or did you have a thought as to why she wanted it removed?
No, not even. But I think everybody removes them, I guess, from the vans.
Okay. Did you ever see the van after Matthew Lucero attempted to remove the lettering from it?
Yeah, of course. I seen her at the house. At
And
my
did
house.
Okay, did Matthew Lucero ever demonstrate to you like what progress he made trying to remove it? And
No,
did he-
not even.
no,
No,
not
I
even.
never saw him afterwards.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Padilla.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Heidke?
I do, yes, I have
Okay.
one. Thank you. Sir, do you know Juan Padilla to be a truthful individual?
Oh, my God. What a question. Well, I know him as my nephew, yes, but I can say that, will you repeat the question?
Yes.
As an individual. Yes,
As an individual, Juan Padilla, would you say that he is truthful?
in some ways not, I guess.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, thank you for your participation.
Thank
You're
you.
excused.
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. You're good.
That's it. Okay. Anything further in terms of evidence from the parties?
Appreciate it very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to mute them so we don't hear that in the background.
Michelle, can you mute?
I just did. I can do it on my end. No further evidence from the parties, I presume?
No.
Mr. Heike, I assume no?
Can I just want to make sure that all my exhibits have been admitted. Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah.
I believe they have.
I believe they have as well.
I just want to make sure.
My paper seems to indicate, yes, that you have.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so typical process here now is we would have a briefing schedule. Parties can supply proposed findings and conclusions. So we began from a cease and desist in this case. I assume, Mr. Heidke, since this has been, several motions on the subject, it's American Transportation's desire to resume operations as quickly as possible. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, what I would suggest then is that we, at least as a preliminary matter, perhaps sort of think about two things. Is number one, the question as to whether or not you should be able to operate given what we've heard today. And then secondarily, like perhaps the broader question about should there have been fines or anything for the events that occurred or any other penalties. Does that make sense to you, Ms. Jeffries?
Not entirely, because it wasn't just a cease and desist. There was a cancellation of the warrant in another case for the quick and easy wrecker. And there was a suspension that requires the American Transportation to be in full compliance before they're authorized again.
Right, so they have to file the reinstatement application, correct?
Correct.
And then with quick and easy, what's necessary if they've been demonstrated to have supplied everything that's necessary, because that was Mr. Martinez's testimony. What must they do in order to get out from under the suspension order? Do they have to also apply for the reinstatement?
Yeah, there's no suspension order on them anymore because they canceled the warrant.
Oh, I see.
So they would need to reapply. And in the process of reapplying, they will review for compliance.
Okay, and I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if it is in fact the desire of these individuals to resume operations, and Mr. Heidke's theory of the case and this whole thing is, there really was no participation and by the companies at all, and whatever Sierra did, she did entirely on her own. Regardless of what we think about that, we understand that that's their position, so there should be at least an opportunity for them to pursue that, is what I'm trying to get to.
And they have, Quick and Easy has already reapplied, I believe.
Ms. Jeffries, do you know if that's the case?
So it's my understanding that they sent in an application and it got kicked back because it needed to be redone. So there wasn't clarity as to the operating authorities that the application was addressing.
Okay, well, I don't know that. So I think for my purposes here, what we need to do though, I know that the commissioners are going to want to know, what have we discovered as a consequence of this hearing, and how does that bear on the decision, certainly to suspend American Transportation The quick and easy record service, if they can reapply, I mean, I assume, Ms. Jeffries, that if quick and easy record did in fact come into compliance with everything, would there be any obstacles that you could imagine? I mean, I don't know, I'm not asking you to kind of reach any conclusions, but so they're going to file a reapplication as long as they get their ducks in a row. Do you see additional obstacles to reinstating them? Or issuing them another warrant?
No, I don't see any problem with that if they're in compliance.
Yeah.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes,
if I may.
go ahead.
I mean,
Yes.
I mean, the whole problem is here is staff recommending the suspension based on this drug allegation. I think we can all agree on that. There was no allegation of non-compliance. There's questions about this, there's questions about that. That's not why they were suspended. And I think it's patently unfair for staff to now say, you know what, we suspended them because of that drug thing. Okay, they proved they're not involved. Okay, but they can't open until they get all their ducks in a row over here. But that may be 3 more months down the road. This is patently unfair, and it's a violation of their due process rights. And I mean, it's outrageous. I'm sorry, I know this isn't a closing argument because it's time, but this company's been shut down for like 60 days now on patently unfair and improper process. And this hearing has proved it. And for staff now to come along and say, oh, well, they don't have this document yet, and they don't have that document. And yeah, they reapplied, but we kicked it back for whatever reason. I'm sorry, it just seems unfair.
Ms. Jeffries?
Yeah, so he's brought this up before and I keep telling him it's a statutory requirement that what staff is doing is following the statute. And the requirement in statute is that before operations start up again, that there's full compliance.
Staff wasn't concerned about that when they had him suspended.
The suspension occurred immediately and it wasn't done by staff, it was done by the commission.
The staff recommended it, accusing them of being drug traffickers, and that's what the commission acted on. And so the commission should be told that they're not drug traffickers, and the commission should be allowed to reactivate this until everything else is cleared up. That is what would be fair.
Well,
That would be great.
The
Let me
problem
just,
is with the, if I could just, I think the
Sure.
problem is with the statutes.
No, the problem is how they're being applied. That's what the problem is.
okay, I'm gonna stop the bickering, but I understand it's principled bickering, but in any case, I don't agree that the basis for the suspension was frivolous. You read the police report that's submitted to the commission. It says that the Socorro Police Department received information that the van from American Transportation is trafficking narcotics. At the end of the hearing, we know a lot more about all those matters. The commission only knows that when this thing starts. That's what hearings are for. That's what process is for. I don't see in any universe where the public would say, how does this end up happening? And the company continues operating. So I appreciate your sentiment, Mr. Heidke, but the question remains still now, what do we do with all the evidence? If there's a process that we can think about, does the company have some way towards reoperation before a full recommended decision is issued in this case? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I'm not suggesting here that I've made my mind up on the evidence. We need the transcript and I need to look at it all, because there was certainly moments where there were statements that were puzzling. So,
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah.
The company has asked for interim relief. We're still asking for interim relief. It's not outrageous for that to be granted.
And there still hasn't been an application for reinstatement, which is
Yeah,
required.
that would be that. I mean, that is required by statute. So, I mean, that's in some ways, we've had a hearing. I think I'll just have to study the procedure. I mean, what we're going to need to do at the very minimum is get the transcript. I'm not prepared today to say that this company, or to make a recommendation to the commission that the company should be permitted to resume operations. We need to digest what was said during this hearing. But I'm just saying I would not want to then wait the period of time that typically takes to write a recommended decision on the entire case to resolve that question necessarily, given I understand the urgency from respondent and their legitimate concern with being operational. So how we actually do this, all I can say is that I understand the dynamic range of concerns that everyone's are bringing to the table. I think what I'll just say at this point and just leave it at this, like I'm going to, if you all want to think about a process, and perhaps what I will do is write a order directing folks to give me guidance on a way to do what I think we are all trying to figure out how to achieve. I'm going to study that, but then to the extent to which you all can contribute to that discussion, I'd want to hear it. And that will happen relatively quickly, like early next week. And then we have the transcripts from the hearing within several days. Ms. Gonzalez, what's the turnaround on your end typically?
2 Fridays from now, whatever
Fridays
that
from
day
now.
is. Yeah, and I try to get it early if I can.
That's fine.
I will do my best.
Yeah, so I don't have any more specific guidance. I mean, we've had the evidentiary portion that's done, that's behind us, but how do we move forward? I'm really trying to just navigate the multiple concerns that are going on here, but I don't know from a pure matter of law what the way we do it, and then the procedural posture of the case as far as what does the applicant have to submit, and then what's the commission do in order to address the concerns of the respondent to begin operating as soon as possible, if that's in fact what should occur. I just don't know. So I think what I will have to do is just we've had our hearing, the evidence in this case is submitted. I will say that the evidentiary record is closed. And then my recommendation to Mr. Heidke is to look at our procedural rules and the statutes, and for yourself to figure out a way, what is the process to get us to what you think should be done here. And
Yes, sir.
I will be doing the same thing, and we will do that early next week so that we have a path to making progress. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Jeffries?
Yes.
I mean, I just don't think this is one of these cookie cutter cases where it fits exactly the paradigm of every single commission case. It's kind of a unique thing. So, and we're just trying to take everyone's considerations into mind as we move forward. All right, before I go off the record, is there anything else from the parties?
No, thank you for your time.
You're going to
Thank you,
issue
Mr.
an
Heike.
order then for the early next week?
Yes, and what I would recommend you do is before I issue that, I mean, I just don't have the time or energy to do it today at 5 o'clock
I
on Friday.
understand.
We were all tired.
Yeah.
But for you guys to be like, we'll all think together about what is the appropriate steps to get to a glide path on this case.
Okay.
And to do that quickly, not sitting on our hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Gonzalez, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Ms.
all your hard work.
Gonzalez. Bye, Mr. Heidke.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.